Are you there, Focus? You're on mute if you're talking.
Let's get the champ is here. What's
Yeah,
good?
just for the chat, because the chat want to know, are you Pan-Africanist?
No, I'm not.
Are you Black Power?
Of course, I'm big Black Power.
Okay. The chat just wanted to know where you were, because they felt like they was hearing some Pan-Africanist talk in you.
No, I don't. But see, the thing about it is, there should be common ground, should be found in all arguments because we all intellects. You're not going to tell me nothing the Pan Africanists say is true, nothing the FBA say is true,
Nobody
nothing that
says that though.
right
Uh,
exactly. So my
no,
thing is
but
to
that's not
find
a
the
realistic.
my
That,
thing
that's
is no
that's not
what
a
I,
realistic. But
what
the
what
the the,
what
the
what, I,
thing
what
you
I'm
might want to
saying
be.
though, real quick,
Yeah, but
what I'm
you don't want a
saying is
realistic example of what people have against Black Power?
no. But listen to
He
what
said no.
listen
Nobody's saying everything is wrong.
listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm
I
saying.
just
Hold on.
heard you.
Let me pause this because this is getting this delay. All right. You have to understand, brother. The point that I'm making before I was so rudely cut off is that because each particular, um, you know, group or each particular, you know, line of reasoning that each group presents, okay, there is truth within each movement. It's truth to what the FBA say. There's truth to what
There's
the
truth what the
Black
KKK says as
Power
well,
say.
but
Okay, whatever. But
that doesn't. Yeah, they
the
say some truth, and not everybody has 100%
I
lie
mean,
doctrine.
you can fight for the KKK and tell me what their truth is, but the reality of the matter is, what I'm
They believe
saying
in
is,
education. They're true. That's true.
what?
This
Okay, exactly. So if I made a plausible fight for education, you can't say, "Oh, are you down with the KKK?" Just because I have certain points that may
that
connect
was
or
a straw
align,
man.
just because I have certain points that may connect or align with certain Pan African talking groups, I got points. I got points that align with FBA talking points. I got points that
I don't
align
believe that.
with the Nation of Islam. I got points that align with one could say Christianity, even though I'm not a Christian, but when it comes to virtue and believing in God and the oneness of God and all of this stuff. But my thing is to find the common ground. My thing is to, eat the fish and throw away the bones, if you will. So just because I may have talking points that you can say, oh, a Pan African that mirrors certain Pan African points, there's a lot that they say that I disagree with. So, just because I have a point that might align does not mean I'm Pan African. Like, you feel me? Like, so my whole thing is finding common ground. It's like the Democrats and the Republicans. Like, half the things the Democrats say is true, half the things the Republicans say is true. That's why you need to stay as an independent so that you're not aligned to either side and forced to abandon principles that you may have that contradict with whatever side you're representing is proposing. I don't have to
Okay.
I don't have to do that because I'm independent. Just
So
like
let
I'm
me.
independent in this.
Well, let's find out. Do FBAs or do Black Americans need allies from
Um
from Black immigrants, or not immigrants, but from Black people outside of this country? Because if they're not here, they're not an immigrant. So outside this country, Black people, do we need to make allies with them?
well, it depends on what goal you're trying to achieve. So for
Well,
certain
I'm
uh,
asking you.
I'm answering. It depends on
So
what kind of what goals you're trying to achieve. So for certain goals, we very much need allies. For other goals, we don't. Okay. For
can you
other
give an
goals,
example of a goal?
okay. So for example, um, if we want to, you know, fight for global reparations, right? Global reparations, for example, right? Or perhaps we want to uh, create a proper defense force, okay, against the allied colonial powers,
Can you
okay?
give a realistic
Hold on,
goal?
I'm trying to tell you, brother. Then
No, I'm
yes,
saying like a real, and not a hypothetical, like Because
Yeah,
there's no global reparation case.
then yes, we would
And
need allies. Hold on, we would need
okay,
allies. Or, for example, if black people were to, and here in America, get fed up with the injustices being done in the murder that's being committed every single day of black Americans, and we wanted to have some sort of revolt, or if we wanted to fight the power, fight the system, whatever the case may be, yeah, we would need allies. Why? Because America at this point is responsible for our electricity. They're responsible for a lot of the food imports that come in. So yeah, you need
so
allies.
would
You
it be
need to
like
be
a
able to.
physical? Would it be like a physical revolt, like fighting?
If it came to that, I'm not saying that is the correct and proper way. What I'm saying is, if it came to that, you don't want to go to war with the people who supplying your food. So you want
Yeah,
to be
but we
able
don't
to.
want to go to war with people who don't go to war with people in their own country.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, if there is a revolt to be taken from all the darker peoples of the planet, as we're realizing that no matter where you go, there's some sort of colonial power that's responsible for either genocide, either slavery, either wiping them out, underdeveloping them, whatever the case may be. If we aligned ourselves together, there would be some benefit in that. And that's what I'm saying. So, yes, for certain goals, to attain certain goals, to connect to a broader community, to have allies against these allied forces. I mean, you got France and Belgium and America and Great Britain and Germany and these different places. That's all aligned. Okay, that's all
Yeah,
allied.
but the difference is like they don't have any civil wars in their country amongst themselves. So it's
Um,
easy for them to get together and, team up.
I mean, when you say civil war, you mean like simply like
Like, so,
bloody civil war
well,
where
well,
or you talking
okay,
about contrasting opinions because
let me say
everybody.
this then. So you asked me a question. Let me say this to be more specific. There's no tribalisms like that within those European countries. That's what I mean.
What do you mean by tribalism?
Okay,
Which,
you have the Hutu. They gotta be specific. You got the Hutus and the Tutsis. They got tribal differences. They got religious differences that makes them go at each other. In Nigeria, you got this coup versus that coup. Okay, you don't have that in European countries, the one you just named. And
I
this
don't
and
know if
this
I would say that's necessarily true. You got MAGA versus the Democrats. They were on
are
the brink of
are
a civil
they
war. If
no
that bullet,
no no
if
no.
that bullet would have took Trump out,
Okay, now it's
we
all
would have been on the
hypothetical.
brink of a civil war.
I'm speaking about the current day. I'm saying you have in these countries, some of these countries they are divided amongst themselves, either with coups or religious beliefs. Like you got the Eritreans and the Ethiopians, you got the Sudanese, no, some Somalis versus the Ethiopians. Like you
Brother,
got things like that going on. No, I'm
brother,
just he's
they're
saying, brother, I'm just giving you the reality of today. I'm saying
okay.
you just said if these European nations can get together. See now, notice that I didn't say Russia or other. 'Cause there's some European nations that they can't ally with. That's why they don't, because it's like far-fetched. They know if they include Russia, it's going to go left. So Russia would be like, um, let's say, Rwanda and Burundi. Like that's not going to work out.
Hold on,
So,
but you have to understand. First of all, Russia has its own alliances. Okay, Russia has alliances
okay,
with North
dude.
Korea
But
and
I'm just
China and
that wasn't the point. They're a European country. Okay, so I'm
right.
just saying. Okay,
Everybody
did you
may not
not?
be.
Right, right. But I'm saying with African countries, you don't even have two that can get together.
Um. Okay. First of all, that's not true.
Name them.
Okay, that's not true. All right.
Go
First of
ahead.
all,
Name an alliance in Africa.
Uganda and Rwanda, they got
Dude,
together.
no, they, are you
Yes,
serious?
they did. Yes.
Yeah,
Once.
that's because wait, do you know why they got together? The UN stepped in with 6,800 troops.
Hold on. Once the first of all, the UN stood by. Okay, a lot of them stood by. The
No,
UN
but
peacekeepers stood by. Hold on. And once the Hutus were being backed by the by the Belgian and the French, might I
no,
add,
no, 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 no. Okay,
Uganda began. helping the Tutsis or the RPW or whatever it's RPF.
Now
Okay,
they both had backing from the French and the Belgians, so it wasn't just one. They both
no,
had backing.
no, brother.
All right,
Initially, the Tutsis had backing from the Belgian, but then they switched their backing. They switched their
all right.
backing to the Hutus, and once
Okay, so I'm right here, by the way. I'm right.
the Hutus
Can you see my screen?
started getting backed by the colonial powers,
Can you see
Uganda
my
did help them out. Okay,
can you see my screen?
yeah, I am. I can see it. And
Okay,
as I
okay,
mentioned earlier,
we're
might I?
gonna start right here. Once you get
Okay,
what could you just sum that up real fast so we can get
I'm
started?
gonna sum it up real quick. Okay, but then also, as I mentioned, don't forget Libya. Libya was creating an entire African Union before
Libya is
Obama
not a black African.
took him out.
Libya
You
is not a black African
all
country,
right?
brother.
Now you adding a caveat. It's an African
Yeah,
country.
of course. Yeah,
It's an
but
African country, and they
yeah, but okay.
were creating alliances
Yeah,
with
so
the rest of Africa. So stop the bullshit.
no, no, no. Libya, North Africa. When you say Africa, North Africa that's why it's called North Africa because they understand this is separate from sub-Saharan Africa. So you have when we say when we say Africa, that's why if you're not aware, it get a little tricky to people. When you say Africa and black people, which we were talking about us, right? Us. Actually, I said this is my words. I said, can we ally with black people outside of America? I said that. So I was very clear. Okay, so black countries in Africa will not include Libya, Morocco, all those North Africans. Like they have their own thing going on, and they're more aligned up with the Middle East and that Semitic area. Okay, so Libya wouldn't even be. Um,
Okay, but you're wrong.
okay,
All
okay,
right.
cool. I'm wrong about what?
You're
Libya.
wrong. Libya did try to create an entire African Union, brother. They were trying to go.
Okay,
They were trying to make one African currency that was backed up by the
yeah,
resources of the lands of
that's
Africa, kind of like the EU did. And
I got it. I got that. That
and
conspiracy
Obama
theory.
smoked them because
Nah, yeah,
they didn't
yeah.
want no
I know. I know.
unity.
Gaddafi was
So
going
let's
to.
stop that too,
I got you. That's a huge conspiracy
brother. They
theory.
don't want
But let
you.
me go ahead and start. So,
It's true. Go do your own
okay,
research.
okay. Well, that's bad. Doing your own research is bad. It's about doing correct
Bro, they
research.
smoked them. Stop
Okay,
with this
yeah, they did.
bullshit. Stop with acting like
All
the
right,
colonial
dude,
powers is
relax,
not
relax,
involved
relax, relax, dude.
in trying
Okay,
to
it's okay. All right, so
keep people divided.
it's gonna be a
Stop.
mute. It's gonna be a mute fest tonight. I see it already.
Yeah, that's what you do.
Because you're wired up, man. I don't know what the hell you just did before you
Man,
got here.
you won't let me finish my point.
Did you
You
take
cut me
steroids
off.
at the gym? Yeah, 'cause I said sum it up.
I was
Okay,
about to, and you kept talking.
about
But
to.
whatever.
All right, it's summed up.
You go ahead and have your little 10-minute oratory. I'm about to eat, but I'm listening.
Okay, well,
Where's my food, baby?
I'm actually, well, it's perfect to eat because I'm just gonna play audio. All right, so this is called, so that people can see it. This is called the Crisis Research Project Rwanda Genocide. This is from, so you guys can see the source. I don't hide sources. Sources matter. calstatelo.la.edu. This is a educational website, which matters. Okay. So anyway, so it's gonna give a nice timeline. You might want to go on mute though,
Hold
because
on.
last live the background kind of killed the audio
Okay,
when I was
hold on one
playing.
second.
Okay, so this is a timeline of the Rwandan, the Rwanda genocide starting from 1918. This guy be coming in wired the hell up. Okay, so let's get our chat reader because those words are very tiny. All right, don't fail me now. Peeps, don't fail me now. I ain't about to read this myself because I got a nice little trick if they don't want to read it. Oh, did I click that? Press play.
The Crises Research
Thank you.
Project. Rwanda Genocide. Timeline. 1918, under the Treaty of Versailles, the former German colony of Rwanda-Urundi is made a League of Nations protectorate to be governed by Belgium. The two territories later to become Rwanda and Burundi have Tutsi monarchs instilled to govern. Both Germany and Belgium turn the Tutsi-Hutu dynamic into a class system, using the Tutsi, 14% of the population, as tools to enforce their rule, given privileges and Western-style education, over the Hutus, 85% of the population. 1926, Belgium institutes a system of ethnic identity, giving ethnic cards to differentiate between Hutu and Tutsi. 1957, Parmehutu, Party for the Emancipation of the Hutus, is formed while Rwanda is under Belgium rule. 1959, Hutus rebel against the Belgian rule and the Tutsi class, forcing 140,000 Tutsis to flee to Burundi. 1960, Hutus won some local elections supported by the Belgian government. 1961 to 1962, Belgium withdraws as the colonial power, leaving Rwanda and Burundi as two independent countries. A Hutu revolution begins after Belgium leaves, installing a Hutu government, forcing the Tutsis to flee to Burundi, where the Tutsis still retain power. 1963, massacre of Tutsis in Rwanda as a result of a Tutsi military attack in Burundi. Estimated that by the mid-1960s, more than half of all Tutsis were living outside of Rwanda. 1967 to 1973, continued massacres of Tutsis in Rwanda, and a policy of ethnic quotas are developed where the Tutsis are allowed only 9% of the available jobs. This plan was implemented by General Juvenal Habyarimana, future president of Rwanda. 1975, pattern of exclusion of the Tutsis continued throughout the 70s and 80s. Habyarimana forms the MRND, National Revolutionary Movement for Development. Hutus from the president's home area and northern Rwanda get preferential treatment in jobs and services. 1986, in Uganda, Tutsi refugees form the RPF, Rwandan Patriotic Front. 1990, the Rwandan Patriotic Front, Tutsi, invade Rwanda from Uganda. The French and Zaire, Democratic Republic of Congo, send troops to assist the Hutu government. A ceasefire is negotiated. 1990 to 1992, the Rwandan government, Hutus, begin arming civilian militias and training them. Throughout this time, thousands of Tutsis are killed by civilian Hutu militias. 1993, the Rwandan Patriotic Front, RPF, Tutsi, organize an attack and almost reach the capital, Kigali, until French forces are called in by the Hutu government for support. 1993, Habyarimana and the RPF sign a peace treaty, allowing for the return of Tutsi refugees to Rwanda from Uganda. The United Nations sends 2,500 troops to oversee the ceasefire. 1993 to 1994, Hutu militia training intensifies. Major General Romeo Dallaire, commander of the United Nations Assistance Mission for Rwanda, UNAMIR, sends a fax to the UN detailing an impending attack by the Hutus on the Tutsis. 1994, President of Rwanda, Habyarimana, and the President of Burundi are killed in a plane crash. Many believed it was done by Hutu extremists. The killings began on April 6, 1994. 1994, on April 7th, the Rwandan Armed Forces, FAR, Hutu, and Hutu militia went house to house killing Tutsis and moderate Hutus. The UN does not intervene and watches as thousands of Tutsis are killed, primarily by machete, on that first night. 1994, on April 21st, the UN cut its forces from 2,500 to 250 after 10 Belgian soldiers are killed. 1994, on April 10th, the United Nations Security Council holds a meeting condemning the atrocities without using the word genocide, which would have obligated lawfully the UN to act to stop the atrocities. 1994, in May, the United Nations agreed to send 6,800 troops with the power to defend civilians in Rwanda. The deployment is delayed because of discussions as to who will bear the brunt of the cost. The U.S. argues about sending heavily armored vehicles on a peacekeeping mission. 1994, the UN Security Council asks the French government to send troops and establish a safe zone. The 6,800 UN troops were never deployed. The French protect some Tutsis in the safe zone, but many are still killed. On June 22nd, the U.S. uses the term genocide for the first time. 1994, in July, the RPF, Tutsi, invaded Rwanda and captured the capital, Kigali. The Hutu government and many refugees flee to Zaire, Democratic Republic of the Congo. The UN French troops leave and are replaced by UN troops from Tanzania. 1994, in August, the new government made up of mostly Tutsis agreed to trials before a tribunal developed by the United Nations. 1995, the UN tries to work with Zaire, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Tanzania to return Hutu refugees back to Rwanda. The UN refuses to send troops to assist in this and to supervise the refugee camps. 1996, in December, the tribunal in Tanzania developed by the UN began trials against Hutus that participated in the 1994 genocide. Maps. Facing history and ourselves. Colonial presence in Africa. Map. August 2nd, 2016.
All right, so that was it on that right there. So I'll give you a little history of the genocide. Go ahead, focus.
Okay, so you keep reading these Eurocentric, remove white supremacy as sources to try to prove your point. You just read the UN the other day, and the UN didn't say what this article just said, that Hutu extremists were to be thought of as the for the rocket launch. The UN report said that it was said that I believe it was Belgium. I mean, what was it? Uh, Belgium and France that was
Nah,
responsible for the
no,
attack.
no, it didn't say that.
Hold on, I'm about to read it to you right now. Matter of fact,
Okay,
let's go to your thing. Let's go to your thing, because
yeah.
you keep giving me these sources that's
All right,
devoid of colonialism.
hold on. Wait. So let me address that. So it turned out, my boy, that your source is the only source in the world that said what it said. So right now I showed you
It's
this.
not true.
Okay, watch
Hold
this.
on.
I know. So now the burden of proof is gonna be on you now. Because now I'm gonna go to Minnesota University to show you uh what your source said, brother, is not anywhere else but your source. You have the anomaly source. So for us smart folks, that looks like confirmation bias, because that entire time you kept telling me to type specifically in Belgium hands and Rwanda genocide. And that's not how research is actually done. The way honest research is done, you type in Rwanda genocide and you just read what's in there. But you don't lead the research to your prior belief.
Sir, excuse me, sir. The whole point that I was making was that Belgium and France had a hidden hand involved in the Rwandan genocide. Now,
But
of
do you
course,
understand
hold
that's
up,
only your
let me
source?
finish,
Wait, but I'm
sir.
just no, it's
It's
not
not.
about
It's
finishing.
not
It's
only.
about engaging.
Oh
Okay,
God,
can you find me another source that
bruh,
reads can
bruh,
dude, it's
bruh,
real
bruh,
simple.
bruh, bruh,
It's real
bruh,
simple.
bruh,
Can you
bruh, bruh. Let
okay.
me get my words out. We
No,
just listened to you. Let me
no.
get my word out.
It
Let me get my word out.
bro, it's not listen, it's not
Oh
about your
God.
goal, my goal, and trying to win. We're not trying to win. We're trying to be educated. And I'm
Okay,
just
but
okay.
if I'm not allowed to talk,
Yeah,
then
you are, but I just made a point because the first thing you did was question my source. You said or sources, because this is the third source I got. I had the UN, I had Minnesota, and this is Cal State. And they all read kind of similar. They all talk about a plane crash. And the plane crash, they all three of my sources agree that the plane crash united no, ignited the genocide. Your source never mentioned the most important event in the genocide. So now you need to do this for us after you go, and that say what you're going to say, but
Jesus Christ.
at some point tonight, you got to show another source that reads remotely close to you, another credible source. I gave you the UN.org, the United Nations, and I gave you two universities. So I need you to, and what you gave us was a newspaper from France, and the woman who wrote the story, her background, she's a left wing person. Okay, so she has a political uh investment in her article. All right, so now what you got to do is show us another article at any, not right now, not right now, but go ahead and see what you guys say. But that's what we want you to do.
Okay.
Find me
Okay.
another source before you start discrediting our sources. That says almost the same thing. You got to find another source that says a little bit like yours. Go ahead.
Brother, okay. Now, the thing about your sources, okay, because let's remember
No,
that
let's not remember.
the sources you are reading come from propagandized
Oh shit.
hold on, sources that have a vested interest in removing Belgium's involvement. The fact that Belgium had to apologize and beg for forgiveness, the fact that Emmanuel Macron had to apologize for French's role and begs for forgiveness. Why does your sources never have these
Because it's not there. That's why.
Hold on, European actors in the no? It's because it's fake news, bruh. This
Oh,
is what
no,
this
okay.
is.
You got to prove that now.
Okay, hold on, brother. Let me
Okay.
finish.
Yeah.
Let me finish,
This ain't the conspiracy show, bro.
brother.
This is the
Can
prove
I
it show.
finish, brother?
Yeah, but
Please.
you can't just say any old thing. Come on, man.
Are you gonna let me talk, or should I hang up? Because
You should hang up. Okay, if you think you just can talk and say anything you want, you should hang up.
brother, I
Because
let you speak
no,
unabatedly. Now it's my turn, and I have my source right here. So relax,
okay,
okay?
give us a
So,
source.
oh God, this is how you want to run it tonight. You want it?
Yes. No,
Yeah,
it's always been sources. I
you know
gave you
you
my
get
source.
smoked every time I come on
Okay,
here. So now you're
dude.
gonna try to dominate the
I just
conversation.
gave you no, I just gave you my source before I said one word. I showed it,
Okay,
I played it.
all
So now
right. So
give us your source and you
all
can
right.
finish talking. But let's
First of
get the
all,
source first.
I'm going to use your source because according
No, but
to
my source isn't any good. It's a
hold no no no
propagandized.
no 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 wait hold on
Make your mind up. It's credible or it's not.
brother brother. Now you brought the UN up the other day, okay, and you mentioned the plane crash, okay. Now
The article did,
to
yes.
not exactly, and you
All
vouch for
three of
that,
them.
and you okay, hold on, and you vouch for that article, okay.
Yeah.
Now the reality of the matter is, in the UN, I mean, the article you wrote tonight, it says the plane crash was attributed as the fault of Hutu extremists. But in the article you brought up the other night, okay, it says, and I quote, on April 7th, radio television Libres de Mil Colinas aired a broadcast attributing the plane crash to the RPF and a contingent of UN soldiers. This is your sources.
The yeah, no.
Hold on.
Okay,
Hold up. Let
Okay,
me
so wait. Read that again slowly so you can see what you just said. Read that again
on
slowly.
7 April radio
hmm
television
Radio.
Libras.
Oh, wait. Radio.
Oh God.
Okay, so they're just giving you what radio said.
No, what
That
they're
does
excuse me, what they're giving me is another point of view who
no, that's radio.
hold
Wait, so
on.
now that guess what? Who owned that radio? See, what you did not do is read an article entirely. The Hutus own a radio station. I believe also the Tutsi does. So all they do is spread propaganda about each other back and forth
Okay,
using their
so
radio stations. But the radio station is not a that don't mean it's factual.
no, listen to me though, brother. So what makes your source factual? Because
No,
it's
no,
no.
no,
Hold
no,
on, time
no.
out.
Wait. Dude,
Let me say this. Let me
wait,
say this. Let me say this.
you look.
Let me
You're
say
missing,
this.
dude. You're missing the point. Before you say that, you're missing the
No,
point.
let me say this.
The UN is report.
I
Listen,
can't
the
do
UN.
this. I
The
can't do
UN,
this, yo.
right? You can't you can't because you
No,
can't have an
because you won't let me
honest
finish a coherent
scholarly
thought.
because you're
Okay?
saying things and you're confusing
No,
yourself.
sir. I'm
Dude,
not.
the
I'm
UN
not.
is
I'm not.
reporting, so he just keep the
All right.
UN
You just
is
want to hear
report.
yourself talk, so I'm gonna just let you talk.
Okay, cool. The UN is reporting what the radio station said. The UN ain't saying they're right or wrong. They're just reporting it. So right now, let's say 97.1 can say something, they could say something crazy. It doesn't make it factual, but they said it. So if I'm doing a news report, I'm going to report what 97.1 said. That's all. Go ahead.
Okay. But the point that I'm making is
This is too easy.
the point that I'm making is as just as people may have attributed to the Hutus, which was propaganda, of course, set up by the real people involved. There was
We
other.
didn't read that, by
Hold
the way.
on. There
We
was
didn't
an.
read that.
Excuse
You,
me, sir. Let me
but you got
finish.
to stick to the article though.
Let me
'Cause-
finish,
Well,
please.
no, okay, but it's not about letting me finish. It's about being honest. It's about being intellectually honest. Stick with the article. That's all.
Let me just let you talk because I can't get a word in edgewise.
Because you said you were sticking with my article. My
Go
article ain't say,
ahead. Have your
my
lecture, bro.
article, my
Have your
article ain't.
lecture.
Okay. Hey, chat.
Because you just
Listen.
want to talk because you won't
Hey,
let me get fucking
hey,
two
hey, hey,
sentences in. So
hey, chat. Yeah, because we got to keep you honest. Because you just said something that the article didn't say.
you
You
don't even know where
said
I'm going
no,
because
but
you
you
won't
was
let me get my coherent
because you
thought
were
out.
already wrong. It's my job to it, bro. If I lie on purpose about an article that didn't say something, your job is to stop me and say, brother, where does that say that at? So if you say, well, we really know who's behind it, I gotta stop you and say, bro, the article never said that. Because remember, you're referencing my article. At some point, you gotta stop trying to win and
Baby,
just
hand me my
have an
drink.
honest conversation.
Hand me my drink.
No, don't give him that drink. Hell no. He had enough.
It's not alcohol, nigga. I don't drink.
Nah, I'm joking. But listen, no, but in all seriousness, um, if you're claiming that you're gonna rep my article that you just said it was no good, you gotta like really rep it. You can't say things like that because I gotta stop you because you're misrepresenting the article. We're having an honest intellectual conversation. It's not about winning by any means necessary. Okay, so we're not trying to win, we're trying to be right. That's my slogan I say on my channel. I don't try to win, I try to be right. So to win, people will go to any drastic measures like you're doing. But I don't even know where we're at now because you read a source from a newspaper and and when you study, matter of fact, while you doing that right there, I'm gonna type in this, right? Hold on. While you eating, let me type this in.
I'm not eating. That's not why I'm
You got
not
a
talking.
mouthful of bread to why he ain't eating.
Not that's not what I mean. I'm saying that's not why I'm
Hilarious.
not talking. I'm not talking
No,
because
do
you're
not
gonna
talk
keep
with
cutting
food
me
and
off. So I'm gonna just let you have a lecture. It's not a
do not
debate.
do not talk with no, we're having an honest discussion. We're not even really
It's
debating just
not
yet.
because you're trying to dominate the conversation, cut me off, and I
I'm
got to
trying
keep
to
saying, "Let me finish."
you don't gotta say that. I'm trying to
Next
keep
thing you
you
know, I'm be getting muted and put in the waiting room. So I'm gonna just
no,
let you have your day and shine.
no, I'm trying to
This is
keep
not
you
a
honest.
discussion.
Okay.
You
Just
don't
trying to
have to
keep you
keep me
honest.
honest. You
Oh, yes,
wait
I
till
do.
I'm finished and then
No, no, no,
rebut.
no, 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 no. I ain't gonna
But
have
you're
you lie on
scared of that.
purpose.
You're scared of that. So I'm gonna let you have your lecture tonight.
Okay. So watch this.
Go ahead, brother.
Watch this.
Let you have your lecture.
Nah, just look at this screen. Wait. Nah, it's not about lecture.
That's what you're trying to have, bro. You won't even let me get to my point.
Well, you start off by saying the article said something it didn't say, and
Because the point that I'm making is
it's a
that there,
lie. It's established a lie.
brother, the point that I'm making is that there are opposing sides and opposing beliefs that your article never mentioned. That's the point I'm making. The only thing it mentioned was that some people believe it was the Hutus because that article has a vested interest in putting it on the Hutus.
Okay,
But the
you
other
got to prove that.
article,
You got to prove that.
you hold on. The other
He said, "Hold
article,
on." He just makes crazy claims and say, "Hold on," when you
brother.
challenge him.
But the other article, they're being intellectually dishonest and not having journalistic integrity because they're not spreading both sides of the coin. Everything you read was devoid of Belgium's involvement. They just left in
Because
1962. They didn't mention the general that led them
because your source
into the
because your
attack.
source did.
Hold on, let me finish. They also didn't mention that France was responsible for getting all of these weapons over to the Ugandans. France sent a check, cleared a check, paid for
Okay,
all the weapons. Hold on, to get into Rwanda.
can you
Okay,
prove that?
yes, that's according to this article, brother. I got the article ready for you.
Okay, give it to us. Why we get stalling?
Okay. Well, if I can just get my point off, okay, without
But you're
you
making
cutting me
claim.
off.
Okay, dude. Yeah. What's up with this guy? So he comes to this platform. Dude, study the. Now he knows how this platform is. He's like you say. He been here 2 years ago. He been here longer than that. He knows that we have a slogan: source up or shut up. The
Brother.
first thing I did was show a source, and I played Google read out loud.
And I use both your sources to show that they're not telling the full story.
I didn't get that, but no, I'm saying right
They're
now
not
you're
telling the
saying
full story. They're
okay,
only,
but
and that's why you picked that source.
now
You picked that
okay.
source
He said
because
that's three sources. He said I
it
picked
was
that
it
source.
was devoid of
Okay,
showing Belgium's involvement,
no, no,
which is
there's no
what you're
Belgium.
trying to prove. Hold on, which is what you're
There's
trying to
no
prove.
Belgium's
Hold
involvement.
on,
That's the thing.
which is what you're trying to prove is that white colonial powers had nothing to do with the Rwanda genocide. It was them
That's what
niggas.
I'm trying to prove. Okay, you see, chat. See, I,
It
I
was them
prep.
niggas. So
Hey,
now
chat.
you're picking
Chat. I
sources.
prepped you for this.
You're picking
Chat.
sources
Chat. I
that
prepped you for this.
purposely you're picking
He said I'm
sources
picking. This is university, man.
that purposely have a best that purposely color it in a certain way where they can just put all the blame on the Rwandans, but
Okay.
leave key information out that sheds or casts doubt on the fact that the Rwandans was all alone in this genocide.
All right. Hold
We
on.
already have. Hold on, brother.
No, no, you preaching, you
Even
preaching. No, no.
even in this article
Okay.
you mentioned, even in this article you
I
mentioned,
almost muted you because,
hold
bro.
on, real quick. Even in the article you mentioned, they talk about how the Tutsis were backed by the Belgium, but then they say,
Oh, so it mentioned the Belgians.
hold on, wait. Then they say when they left in 1962, they left it Rwanda free and independent to govern themselves. Now they never mention the fact that Belgium then started supporting the Hutus. They never mention that. So you want
Why?
to act? Hold on. You
Why do
want to?
you believe that's true? All right, okay, you preaching
All
now.
right,
All
go
right,
ahead.
all right, all right. All right. So look,
Why
so
do I believe it's true? Come on now,
yeah, why do you
stop.
believe it's true? So now, chat. One thing
That's
he
what the
didn't do.
article says.
The one thing he didn't do is give us that source.
All right. First of all, I gave you a source the other day. Now you're
No,
telling
no,
me
no.
give you another source. All right,
Yes.
cool.
Do you know why I'm asking for a different source? Because I gave you three different sources that pretty much say the same thing, and they
They
all
don't
start
say
off.
the same thing.
They all well, they're not the same, of course. They three. They didn't it. Okay, chat again. This dude. Why would three sources say exactly the same thing? Then what's the
That
point
was your
of?
point. Nut.
Yeah, no, no. I'm saying the same thing as far as the detail. They don't really differ too much. They all start off with a plane crash. Saying they all say the plane crash popped off the genocide. Your source don't mention the plane crash at all. Now the chat just scratched their head. So the biggest event that popped off and you should think about that. The biggest event that popped off the genocide, which all sources besides his point to, you should scratch your head. Why I have the only source in the world that doesn't mention the plane crash.
First of all,
That's
that's
crazy.
not the biggest event.
Yeah, yes, it is because
No, it's not.
okay,
That's not what
okay.
popped it off. What popped it off is the class system that was set up by
No, no, no,
Belgium.
no, no. We're talking about
They're
literally,
the
right?
ones. Hold on.
No, but what you mean? What you mean? Hold on. I
Belgium
mean,
is the ones
all right.
who
No,
started with
no.
the.
Okay. So
Okay.
watch this. Watch this.
No. Wait.
Right. Right.
Like,
Because you obviously don't have a problem reading.
you no, you have a problem reading.
Okay. So my three sources, don't they all? So forget about your conclusion. My conclusion. My three sources, do they all say the plane crash popped off the genocide? Yes or no?
They may say that.
Okay, that's what I'm referring to. I'm referring to the article. What do I know? I'm in America. I ain't got nothing over there. You got drones over there, not me. Okay, so now I was saying this. So I got three different sources. I got the UN.org, I got Minnesota University, and I got the University of Minnesota, and I got the Cal State LA.edu. Okay, so these three different sources, they all point at the plane being shot down, popping off. Okay, come over here. You gonna give me a copyright? Okay, no, play over here. Okay, so they all say the plane event popped off the genocide. He has a source that does not say that. Okay. Matter of fact, his source doesn't. Okay, look. Okay, okay. Stop touching it. Okay, so lay down over there. Wait,
Mhm.
1 sec. Okay, so he has the only source in the world that talks about the genocide, but don't mention the plane being involved in the genocide. That's a problem. Now, what I was saying was, my brother, if at some point I'm just going to go down the list of different sources on the live with you here, and we're going to see if each source keep mentioning the plane. If they do, then you have the problem, not me. And that's called confirmation bias. But right here, this is AI overview. It says, look, when looking for credible sources, you can consider things like this: the author, because you have an author. It says the publication, the date, and the content. It says author and publication. It says, is the author an expert on the topic? Is the publication a trusted authority? You reference a newspaper, and a newspaper is I think that's called tertiary news. I'm sorry, research. That's not the most trusted um information. News, 'cause a newspaper can actually lie. They don't have to be totally honest because they have what you call headlines, clickbait. Not saying that that one has it, but newspapers in general do not have, they're not held to be 100% trustworthy like a university would be. Okay, or some UN.gov, like they supposed to be 100% honest. Okay, so now it says date is the information up to date. Is the information accurate? Okay, that's gonna be your problem. Is the information free or factual errors, inconsistencies, or biased interpretation? Well, she is a left wing. Does the source take a clear position on the topic? Yes, she's left wing. Is the source supported by evidence? Okay, so now publisher is the publisher reputable, and does the publisher adhere to best practices? Okay, is the source free or loaded or vague terms? Is the source neutral or does it present extremes? Which I would say yours do.
Yours
Okay,
do,
does it?
brother.
Well, what you mean?
Yours
You
do.
okay? All right,
Stop.
relax,
And
relax,
it's not
relax.
neutral either.
Okay, relax,
It's
relax, relax.
clearly trying to
Okay, okay. All right,
remove.
all right, all right, all right, all right.
All right, man.
Dude,
Just go ahead and talk. You won't let me say one word. This
okay,
is supposed to be
can
a
you come in
conversation.
screaming? I'm reading.
This
I'm
is supposed
reading.
to be a
Okay, I
conversation.
got it. But I'm reading how
You
the
just want to
research.
talk for 20 minutes.
All right, gotta mute the guy. uh Use academic databases, like, so it's giving you academic databases. So I'm gonna use both of these on right now on the fly. And it says Google Scholar. I didn't use these. I'm gonna use these right now. And if that plane crashes here on both of them, bro, you're in trouble. If it's not, then you live.
I don't have a problem with the plane crash. I
Okay.
have a problem with your source not showing who was involved in the plane crash, in the
Okay.
rocket attack.
All right. So let's see. Well, if your source don't mention the plane crash at all, that's a problem. Okay. So let's see what we got here. So this is on the fly. Man, I got a habit of not, I got this bad habit of not making the first letter capital. That's all those damn shortcuts we be doing. Okay, here we are. Okay, so we have. So I can I go with the first one? Let's go with the first one. I'm gonna do Google Scholar. There's a good chance it might not be here. Let's see. God. Oh yeah. Okay. No, move. All right. Any adequate amount account of. Do I gotta? I guess I gotta read this. Any adequate account of the 1994 genocide in Rwanda must acknowledge manipulation by external forces, domestic pressures, and psychological factors. Even so, the nature of the Rwandan state must be seen as absolutely central. The genocide took place under the aegis of the state. The Rwandans were the main actors involved. Okay, it doesn't say the Belgians were the main actors involved. It says the Rwandans were the main. So this is false. This is a white supremacist truth that's hiding the real story.
All
Okay,
right,
it
well,
says
go to my website because my go to
okay, hold
my.
up. So I want to go here first and then Google Scholar and then your website because you didn't want to give your website. It says and the
I'm
Rwandans.
ready to, but you won't let me
Okay,
talk. You
because
want to
but
dominate the conversation and
all
mute
right,
me.
so let me just finish reading this because you wait till I get here. Now you want to say your website.
I have
Okay,
annoying.
so the genocide took place. I read that. So both pre-colonial legacies and colonial policies contribute to the formation of the state. So it's mentioning pre-colonial legacies. That means before the white man, and it's saying and colonial policies contribute to. So it says both. It's blaming both. It's blaming colonial 50% and the people native to the country 50%. So
So
this
that
is a
means
joint
they're a
venture.
major actor. Then, if it's 50% your fault, you're a major actor.
Well, you can't be.
So
So who's wait? So who's minor? So no, that means that they have even stake
okay,
at.
it still contradicts the point you just made.
No, it doesn't. Okay,
Rwanda
all
was
right,
the
all right,
major
all right.
actor. It doesn't mention Belgium.
Well, who said major?
You did.
I didn't say major.
You just said that 5 minutes ago.
That's your word.
All right, what did you say? You said that they were what?
I said that they did not. I said, look, they involve uh Belgian.
No. 5 minutes ago, you said it says here Rwanda, well, not Belgium. Rwanda
Oh
was the
yeah,
main actor, right? So stop the
no,
bullshit.
but I be mute you, man. I'm reading the article, you get mad. I said it says this. It said it says let me read it. The hell is this guy talking about? It said I didn't say major, I said main, man. What's wrong with you?
Main, major, whatever.
No, but that's what the article says. Are you crazy?
That's my point, sir.
But
But
I'm
but
reading.
you
Okay, I be mute you. He get mad at me for reading the article,
no,
but he
but
act like
you made an
all right,
addendum to,
stop.
bruh.
I'm reading the article and you got mad at me. Stop reading the
I
article.
swear to
I didn't say major. I'm reading the article. I'm gonna finish reading the article. Stop. Do you agree to this? Because you didn't want to give your article, and now all of a sudden you want to put your
I
article.
want to,
Okay.
but you
Well,
want to dominate.
I gave you chances. You didn't do it, man. We could. I'm gonna play this again tomorrow. I'm gonna show how you had
Yeah, you get
chances.
smoked every day,
Okay.
so you want to keep muting me.
All right. Because let me finish reading the article. It says so. I never said major, so you were wrong again.
Main, major, whatever.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
No,
Okay.
but you made
So
an addendum though.
all right. Okay. Sure, I did. So it says
You did. You said they don't say nothing about Rwanda being the main actor. It says, I
no
mean,
no I
Belgium. It says
it
Rwanda. So you made an addendum to that point, and you were wrong about that.
No, did they say Belgian or they said the main actors were oh my bad. I didn't mean to mute you. That was my fault. That was the first mistake mute. But it did say that the Rwandans were the main actors involved. So I just
Yeah,
said
now
it.
you're saying it's 50-50.
No, dude, what's wrong with you, man? Formation of the state, my boy. 50-50 forming the state. See, you got to stop trying to win and listen and just try to be right. So take that laugh back. Okay, who increasingly autocratic and unpopular government was by the early 1990s, facing serious threats to his whole state power. Okay, let me get past that. I'm gonna read the whole thing. Definitely not trying to read the whole thing. I want to see if they're gonna mention a plane here. If they don't, you survive temporarily. Uh, were associated dead people who. Okay, so by 1994, Tutsi in Rwanda, much like the Jews in Nazi Germany, were associated dead people whose murder was as acceptable as it became common. Understanding why they died is the best and most fitting memorial we can raise for the victims. Letting their death go unrecorded or distorted by propaganda, misunderstood through simple cliches. Okay, whatever. Exactly 50 years after the discovery of the Nazi, okay, went to the Nazi. Let's go back here. Killing Bahutu political opponents and all Batusi Rwandans started immediately after juvenile airplane was shot down. Oh, yo, this dude is done. This is the fourth source. Google AI said JSTOR is a trusted source. The first, it had a bunch of links. It had 2,000 links. The first link I clicked, chat. The first, again, it's not about winning, so I'm not gonna talk trash. I just want to be right. So focus. It says It says, and all Batusi Rwandans started immediately after Juvenile Habyarimana's airplane was shot down over the capital. This is the fourth source who says it popped off after a plane gets shot down. So I'm gonna leave this no more. That's my
Okay.
that's my word. Wait, no, it's not okay. I'm gonna do Google Scholar next
Oh
because it,
God.
it said Google Scholar. Okay, what do you mean? Okay, where's your source?
Bro, I got it. Pull it
Okay,
up.
so we're gonna read that. All right, hold on.
Jesus Christ.
Now, is it the same source from before?
No, sir.
Okay.
Although
All
I
right. So
will cite that source as well tonight.
no problem. So this is right here says this is Google Scholar. So now I'm gonna do Rwandan genocide. There we go. Yeah, I never used Google Scholar a day in my life. Hey, let me make this bigger. Matter of fact, I'm gonna let her read. After this, you go.
There has been an explosion of scholarly writing on Rwanda since the genocide in 1994. Until then, the country appeared to be unknown or ignored by scholars. This essay attempts to critically synthesize some of this new scholarship by focusing on primarily two issues: the types of explanatory models developed to explain the genocide and the positions authors have taken regarding the role of the international community. Within this focus, the essay also considers the shortcomings of the new scholarship. The huge amount of documentation generated by the International Criminal Tribunal has been largely inaccessible to scholars. Moreover, these micro-level data tend to be without scientific hypothesis. Yet theory-informed macro-level analysis has been limited to mostly young scholars who happen to be in Rwanda just before the genocide. The predominantly case study focus on the genocide neglects post-genocide Rwanda, whose ongoing political, social, and economic dynamics also merit more in-depth research.
All right. So this didn't really tell us much about anything. Um, I might leave it just there because I don't feel like going on a clicking spree. So I'm gonna leave that right there. I'm not gonna click another link. All right. What do you have? You want to put your link in the chat?
All right. First link that I'm going to bring up is, hold on.
They said the plane from what's that show? The Island show.
Um,
Gilligan's Island.
okay, the first link I'm going to bring up is University. A matter of fact, it is the University of Minnesota. It's the same
Okay.
one. Hold on.
Then the plane is there. All right. So what's another one?
First of all, let me say this to that. I never disputed that the plane was shot down. And sure, reports say that that's what sparked off the genocide. The point that I'm making is that the genocide was already had a preamble to it. It was already being the fans were being flamed by the Belgians, okay, when they set up the class system, okay, and began using the Tutsis as an arm to enforce their colonial power. When the Tutsis began dealing out corporal punishment and all of the rest of that stuff, that's first of all, and forced labor camps under be under the Belgians rule. Okay, that's first of all. Then the Belgian came and after they started that class system and after the class system created division amongst the people, yes, you had a hierarchy or you had a ruling class that may have existed pre-colonial, but it was racialized under the Belgians, under colonial rule. And then once they incited the Hutus against the Tutsis, they flipped and started backing the Tutsis. Okay, and a Belgian general led them into war. Okay,
Now that part we don't read in none of these sources.
yes, you read it in my source, the
Okay,
one I.
now hold on. Hold on, because we just looked at Google how to pick correct sources, right? And it said accurate information. Now, so the question I had for you earlier was, how is it possible for you to have a source that explains the Rwandan genocide and you don't mention the biggest event that popped it off, which is the plane being shot down? So every source that I clicked, they were all credible. AI Google said JSTR and Google Scholar. JSTR, the first link I clicked, plane shot down. Minnesota University, you just said it. Plane shot down. UN.org, plane shot down. Cal State LA.edu, plane shot down. How is your source that has all these intricate detail events that no other source mentioned? How is your source also leaving out the biggest event, which is the
First,
plane being shot down?
it's not leaving it out. The
Is
plane,
it in there? Is it in your source, the plane being shot down?
yes, it's in my source.
Okay, so let's
And
get it.
okay, so go back to the you can go back to the one that I had the other day. You still have that up there?
Let me see. Let me see. Gotta go to pseudo.com to find that shit. Um, I'll find it.
Matter of fact, let's just go to the Minnesota one. Let's start there.
No. Because you said your source had it in there, and I want to see that you said that. So if it has it in there, then you're safe on that. But if it doesn't, you're in trouble. You got to
Not in
admit that.
trouble. I'm not in trouble
Okay.
because the reality of the matter is, and that's why I said let's go to your source.
When anybody say that, reality of the
Hold
matter.
on, I'm not because I can prove through the source you gave up
Okay, so I
that
got your source.
right that there was a preamble to the plane crash, and then
Okay.
remember the actual people who shot down the plane crash is still very much in dispute. But yet the
All right.
source you brought up says only that it was the Hutu extremists. And the
But
reason they
but
say that and they don't say,
the
hold on, and they
plane.
don't
Your source
say,
don't even debate the plane.
and it does not, I don't, the plane to me is
No, no,
minuscule.
no, no, no. Yeah, but that's to you. But to every respectable, credible source that covers the Rwanda's genocide, they all mention the plane because you can't mention the genocide without mentioning what popped it off.
But
And
this
they're
is,
all saying the plane being shot down. So basically, there's no mass genocide if that plane doesn't get shot down.
I highly disagree.
Okay, but you have no leg to stand on because your article don't mention it.
Okay, even if I was to concede that point and say the plane is what shot it down, there's many people who believe the RPF shot it down
Yeah,
with the
but
U
but that's
with
something totally set. Okay,
oh,
so dude, right now you're building a straw man. The
I'm
argument,
not.
the argument today was what was in dispute was never whether who shot it down. It was Did it get shot down? And if it did it cause the genocide? And everybody's saying yes. Now watch your source. I'm gonna do Control F, okay? And I'm gonna type in plane. No results found. Okay, so now so that's the first problem with your source. Then your source says a lot of intricate stuff that no other source ever talks about. You got generals, like you said earlier, leading people to, you got checks being cut. Your source says all this stuff that no other source says. So now what you got to do is,
That's not true that no other source says what I'm
okay,
saying.
so can you just please simply corroborate another source with your source? So we know that this is not the only one in the world that has these unique accounts.
Okay.
Because that's another problem that happens in our spaces, is that, you know, we say the pseudos usually go to the exception to make a broader point.
Brother, it is not an exception that the Belgian colonized them. It is not an exception that
Nobody,
the
okay, all
Belgians
right,
set up the class
so
system. It
dude,
is not an
that's
exception
not okay.
that
So
the
here we
hold on,
go. You know, you can't just start doing it. That was never what I wasn't calling that the exception.
but
I'm
but
saying
but that's
when
the point.
no.
You
The
can't
point
just
is,
go to the plane crash who nobody can
hey,
get
bro, do you
who
know
is
what's in question?
you
You know
can't
what's,
just go to the plane crash, which is still highly disputed as to who even caused the plane crash, and act as though
that
hold on
is
and hold
irrelevant.
on and
We just want
act
to
as
know.
hold
Look,
on and act as though
we're actually
history
past that.
started there.
Okay, we're
History
actually past it. No, we're actually
history didn't
past that.
start there.
Okay,
History didn't start
okay.
there.
So now we're at your source. So now we're at your source. So now this is what I need you to find. Okay, these crazy ass claims in here. Okay, so let me see if I can do this. So we need you to. Okay. Okay, so we need you to all this crazy shit in here. Like we need you to show us a separate source. Hey, see how they getting rid of detail, King Leopold and all this stuff. Like we need all of this somewhere else. Okay. So
I don't have to have it somewhere else, brother. You contradict that happened. You can't sit
well,
here.
I
Hold
don't need to
on.
contradict. I'm just
Wait.
gonna throw it in the trash. It's the only source that is saying
But it's the one with the
everything other than,
details.
yeah, that's what makes it the problem.
But your source is devoid of details, and
Because there ain't no detail. That's why.
it
Ain't
is,
nobody trying to make it. This is trying to get clickbait. This right here. This one's clickbait. Now,
brother.
now,
You gotta
now,
stop this.
okay, now keep in mind, this is a .com. Okay. So a lot of .coms is for pay. And so clicks on a .com is for pay, right? This is a newspaper. What I showed you was universities and .org. That's not for pay, man. That's for education. That's the difference. .coms are usually for pure profit. That's why they can have clickbait titles. An educational news article is not going to have clickbait because they got to maintain their integrity.
Okay,
All right, but anyway, I'm going on mute for how long? 7, 8 minutes? How long you want?
that's fine. What?
All
Go
right.
ahead, baby. Have a piece of chicken.
So I'm gonna give you to 11:16, right?
Okay, so
Oh, my fault. I meant to mute myself. I muted you. Oh shit. Yeah, unmute. Unmute. Yeah, I meant to mute myself. I muted you. All right, go ahead.
the reality of the matter is this, brother. You can act as though the plane crash, which is still in dispute as to who even caused the plane. As many people say it was the Hutus, that says it was the RPF and the UN. Okay, you can use that and say, oh, that's when the genocide started. But that's like saying that the genocide in Gaza started on October 7th. You cannot ignore the precursor to what sparked this genocide off. what sparked the genocide off was Belgian colonialism. They're the ones who set up the class system. They're the ones who started with the IDs. They're the one who racialized the hierarchy. They're the ones who separated the Tutsis from the Hutsis. Let me get out of here because this TV is going to mess it up. They're the ones who did that. They're the ones who led under that general the Hutus into war. They're the ones who armed them. Like, let's not forget that either. Okay, and I got a source on that too. It was actually the French who did it, who cut the check. But Belgium and France is have one of the close alliances, one of the closest alliances out here. They're literally right next to each other. Okay, so the reality of the matter is, you keep reading sources and try to highlight and cherry pick the sources that removes European role in the genocide because you have a vested interest in blaming it solely or primarily on the Rwandans. I don't know why, but you have a vested interest in blaming it on the Rwandans. But the reality of the matter is, why was Belgium there? Why did Belgium set up the class system? Why did Belgium start backing the Hutus after they propped the Tutsis up against the Hutus? Okay, they said, and I'll send you this article for you to read it. They said weapons were made so readily available in Rwanda that you could get a grenade for 2 bottles of soda or some shit like that. See, the reality of the matter is the weapons was placed in that country to aid this civil war. Then you have phantom planes getting shot down, but nobody know who did it. Okay, all these people are all involved in Rwandan politics. None of this would have happened if colonialism did not take place in Rwanda. That's a fact. You can't come in there, go 70 years, okay, call yourself leaving, but after you leave, you still back in the other side, the Hutus, okay, after you created the class system, and then try to wipe your dirty hand from it, which is why in this article, okay, which is from the University of Minnesota, you can pull it up. It says major actors, perpetuators of the genocide, Belgium colonizers, Hutus, and RTLM. Those were the major actors and perpetuators of the genocide. Okay, bring that. Matter of fact, no, we'll start with this article, the one that I had the other day. It says Belgium's share of the blame for the 1994 genocide of Rwanda is often overlooked today because of the debate over France's role. Remember, why is France sending troops there? France is responsible for paramilitary training. Then we have France trying to secretly cut a check to I believe, and to other major weapons contractors, okay, to get weapons into Rwanda. So you set up the class system, you turn the Tutsis against the Hutsis, then you back the Hutus, then you led the Hutus into war, okay, then you supplied them with arms, okay, with guns, okay. An overall point in this entire matter is that Belgium had their hand, France had their hand in the entire genocide. That's my point. When you read the University of Minnesota, what does it say? The major actors, Belgium colonizers. Only you are trying to act as though Belgium didn't play a major role. France didn't play a major role. Okay, let me give you this source. I want you to bring it up to the people. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm going to bring it up to the people. Hold on 1 second. One second. All right, New York Times. Let's go there. Can we read this? Okay. France played a significant role in enabling a foreseeable genocide in Rwanda, according to a report commissioned by the Rwandan government that was released on Monday and that echoed the findings of a recent appraisal by France. The report offered damning new perspective on the events that led to the killing of at least 800,000 people in 1994, arguing not only did France do nothing to stop it, which is a problem in itself, okay? The entire world community stood by and watched this happen after Belgium and France had their hands in Rwanda the whole time. Now, when the fighting starts, you want to sit back and let it happen. But if 800,000 people was getting killed in Israel, if they was killing 800, why did we pretend that we even went into Iraq, Operation Iraqi Freedom? Okay, why? Because you wanted to act as though Saddam Hussein was, committing human rights violations to his people. America and its allies have always wanted to call themselves the police and protectors of the world, but yet when the genocide is happening in Rwanda, you have nothing to say about it. Okay, so it says, I'll read this full article. All right, 27 years after the genocide, both France and Rwanda are making attempts to set the record straight on what happened during the bloodletting. Government officials have said both to respond to domestic demands and to improve bilateral relations. The 600-page report generated by a Washington law firm concluded that the French government was neither blind nor unconscious in regard to the imminent genocide, yet continuous unwavering support for the government of the Rwandan president, then Juvenal Habyarimana, whatever his name is. It accused the government of the French president at the time, Francois Mitterrand, of doing so in order to advance and reinforce its own influence and interest in the country. A landlocked nation, over 12 million people in Central Africa, Rwanda was a Belgian colony until it gained independence in 1962. But during the genocide, France had close ties to the Habyarimana government, sent its troops to Rwanda as part of United Nations mandated military operation. French officials armed, advised, trained, equipped, and protected the Rwandan government, heedless of the Habyarimana, can't pronounce his name, regime's commitment to the dehumanization and ultimately the destruction and death of Tutsi in Rwanda. Belgium and France backed the Hutus, gave them weapons. They were involved in this entire genocide. Where did they get the weapons from? Why was France cutting the check? The report also accused France of covering up its role in the genocide, which took place over roughly 100 days, protecting those who participated in killings and withholding critical documents and testimony that would shed more light on its own actions. Okay? Then it says the report offers, however, found no evidence that French officials or personnel participated directly in the killing of Tutsi during that period. Last month, France released concluding that the French government bore overwhelmed. Last month, France released a report concluding that the French government
I muted myself. I muted myself and I muted you. Yeah, unmute yourself. DJ, Focus. Unmute yourself. Okay. Dude, I gave you 4 more minutes, by the way. I was supposed to stop you at 11:16. I let you keep going because you was reading something. So I stopped you at 11:20. I even said 1 more minute. I didn't even just stop you. I said 1 more minute and then I stopped you. So I gave you 11 minutes total. When I
All right, let me
said
just finish this last paragraph. During it,
paragraph,
I'm almost done. During a ceremony
he's
this
always
month,
almost done. He's never
I
done.
literally no, it's just quick. It's like 4 sentences.
Go
During a
ahead.
ceremony this month in the Rwandan capital, Kigali, to mark the 27th anniversary of the genocide, President Paul Kagame praised the French report, saying it showed how Rwandan lives were just pawns in geopolitical games. Like,
Okay,
I
wait, no,
mean,
no, no, no,
go
no,
ahead,
no, no.
go
You
ahead. You
see,
can talk.
okay.
You can talk.
So now, where were you reading from again?
That's the New York Times.
Got it. Good. Thank you for admitting that. So, chat, I'm gonna teach you guys how to research and stop cherry picking. So he don't know about newspapers. Okay, so look. However, the information in newspapers, magazines, and websites can be reliable. So occasionally, as long as the source providing the information is credible or reliable, these are okay to use when conducting academic research. But if you are required to use a certain number scholarly sources, these will not fit that. So his first source with the Belgians, this right here. No, not that. Where's your first source at? Let me find it. So right here, this is a newspaper. So this dude goes to newspapers for his sources. This is a newspaper, by the way. Okay, that's why it says this is new. You can Google this name right here, Le Monde Diplomatique. This is a newspaper. So all of his sources are newspapers. None of them are educational websites, governments, EDUs. They're all .orgs, EDUs, or gov. All of his cherry pick research are newspapers. That all you guys should scratch your head. Why does he can't just read it from a university, an org, government org, a university? How about just that? Government or university, or at the very least an EDU, because they got to stand on principle as well. He goes to newspapers. That newspapers can have clickbait, they can have catchy titles, they have no sense of obligation just to teach the pure raw truth, like a government website would need to be, or a university EDU. Like they have to teach correct information. They cannot go
That's
ahead
not
and
true, brother.
okay, dude. It is true. It is true. No damn government website is gonna have clickbait, or no university gonna have clickbait. It's for academic purposes only, and government is for information to the public or whatever they do is making shit up. But we do know for a fact newspapers don't have no um, obligation to be 100% truthful. Okay, and this is why they do have clickbait titles. But anyway, we know that both of his main sources were newspaper articles. Now, my chat is smarter than that because we're not just some random people. Like we have debates all the time, different subjects. We are subscribed to different scholars channels. We know that scholars and people in academia don't go to newspapers. Okay, we have so many people that come on here in different platforms. We sit there and dialogue with it. They don't show newspaper articles. They show responsible, legit um sources. But I want to point that out. He consistently goes to newspaper articles for his sources. He don't go to educational and government websites, just newspapers. This is a newspaper, and this or his last one was a newspaper article. All right, so I just want to point that out. But anyway, so I'm gonna give him 3 minutes to respond to that, and then we're gonna move on. So it's 11:25. I'll give you a little bit of, actually go right now. 11:29. I'll give you a chance to response, and we'll move on. And next topic. So you got 3 minutes uh to go in. unless you're eating. You're on mute. I didn't mute him this time.
So the reality of the matter is this, bro.
I'm gonna
Like
go
at the
mute.
okay, like at the end of the day, you have to contend with the information that's in the articles. Okay. Now you sit here and say governmental websites are automatically correct because they have to be right. But that's a lie. Governmental websites tell the story that the government wants them to tell. And if a government is complicit in a genocide, of course, on its website, it's going to say we had nothing to do with it. Governments lie all the time. So this idea that just because it comes from a government well, what government is it? Because the Rwandan government sees something different. That's why Paul Kagame praised it, praised the source, and said we were just pawns in the geopolitical game. That's words coming from the Rwandan government. Which government are you asking? Now, if you ask the government who is being accused, of course they're going to have a biased political answer to remove their own culpability and hide their hand. America does it all the time. Okay. Right now, we talking about reparations. We talking about certain things black people are owed. But under Trump, if you look at these governmental websites that they're, the governmental website under Trump, they're going to say, you know, uh, um, we don't need DEI and they don't deserve reparations and everybody should be merit working on a merit base and we got to get over the past, whatever the case may be. They're going to give a one-sided answer devoid of their true culpability to the destruction of black people. You're not going to go to American
1 minute.
governmental website where they're going to be talking about, yeah, we purposely ruined black people through redlining. Yeah, we purposely ruined black people by privatizing the prisons and militarizing the police and criminalizing them. Yeah, we purposely destroyed them with the 9-4 crime bill. Yeah, we purposely screwed them over with the Housing Act of FDR's Housing Act. No, you go read the government's position on the Housing Act, and they're just going to tell you some generic answer how they provided
All right,
housing to
time.
everybody, such so and so. So don't give me the government website stuff. Look at the actual information that exists in the sources that I present. Very detailed, giving you names, giving you dates,
Time.
giving you
How,
major
how
actors.
how much more? Okay, so I'm not gonna speak back on Rwanda because I don't have to have the last word. I gave it to you. You switched it to other things. I don't know why, but when you talk about the housing segregation, the government websites actually admit that that happened. So I don't know why you say they didn't. And matter of fact, everything you just said on the government's website, they admit that happened. The government does not deny the 94 crime bill happened. Matter of fact, they don't even think it was bad, and neither do I. And and so the government definitely lists all of them. They don't deny any of those things happening. Some were bad, and they admit their part, but some of those things were not bad, and they don't regret bills like the 94 crime bill, which is actually called the violent crime bill. So it was a violent crime bill, actually. They were addressing violence all throughout America, not just the black folks. Domestic violence was in there and other things was in that crime bill. So they was addressing violence and it was very successful for what it addressed, violence. All right. So anyway,
Disproportionately affected black people though.
because they were committing violence, okay. So it addressed them committing their violence, and black people were in their cities. They're a lot more violent in their cities, especially amongst each other, than other cities are with each other. Okay, because most poverty, you're gonna have the most violence in poverty. So black folks live in poverty at a large rate, so we're gonna have violence. So yeah, so the crime addressed us, disproportionately, right?
But how do we get into poverty?
Wait. So
Is that
that
on the government website?
but that's not on the 94 crime bill. That's not on the so because it addressed violence. So now you see how you're changing the goalposts. We're addressing so the 94 crime bill addressed violence, and it did that. It did a good job, and also it banned the extended magazines from these guns. Right, it made that illegal, and that was actually an attack in California, by the way, because they were doing those drive-bys with these military guns, missing their target, killing everybody in the neighborhood. So they definitely addressed that, got rid of that, and guess what? That's that went down, and those guns are not even in existence anymore, not legally. So it served the purpose what it served. And then secondly, when Bill Clinton said this, and black folks got all crazy, he said, "Yo, why y'all blaming me? This is what your leaders asked for." And that's a fact. Black leaders were tired of the black on black crime, senseless black on black crime in their neighborhoods, and they called for something to be done by lawmakers and politicians. And the way lawmakers and politicians address violence is 100% always going to be law and order. What other way would they do it? So they got police together, they got task force, and they got a bill passed. That's like common sense. When you have violence in your neighborhood, the best way to address it is going to be, or the quickest way to address it is going and to neutralize it is going to be law and order. That's we should just implant that in our head. So right now, Chicago, if that's ever dealt with seriously, it's going to be led with law and order. Okay. Anyway, so now I'm clearly somebody who studied the 94 crime bill back and forth, up and down, left and right. That and stop and frisk, by the way. And they both were good and they got results done. Okay. So, but everything else you said was subjective, right? So first of all, DEI. Let me explain DEI. So some of us believe it should have went away because we believe that the weirdos. We believe DEI pretty much was something for the weirdos in our society, the people who like young people, okay, and the people who want to look like a different pronoun. Okay, so some of us believe that program was for them, disguised as for everybody, people of color and people in less fortunate positions. So that's just um, you know, like I said, subjective. It depends what you like. Who do you think it helped out? Who do you think going to suffer for it leaving? Um, so did you want to respond to that? 'Cause I'm not trying to have the last word. I'm not trying to win. Did you want to respond to anything at all?
Yeah. So the reality of the matter is that, um, as I said before, when you create the conditions for poverty through these various housing acts, through the welfare uh, paradigm, okay, through globalization, when you took all of the factories and everything out of the hood, flooding our communities with drugs and weapons, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. When you create these conditions, and then after you created these conditions, instead of rectifying and repairing these conditions, you toughen down on these conditions, knowing it would disproportionately affect a subset of society that you had the biggest hand in making violent, notwithstanding the fact that these uh, uh, um, white Jewish and corporations or whatever you will
The Jews.
took took control of music, which was once positive, and only begin distributing negative music. They wouldn't sign positive artists anymore. Okay. They made rap music the commercial for going to jail, and then expounded upon that, and then dropped the 94 crime bill on us, knowing that it would disproportionately affect us, which it did. Now you say that this worked, but violence went up. Our violence never stopped. Violence in the black community is still at an all-time high. So it didn't do nothing but lock a bunch of people up without addressing the true root causes of the poverty and of the violence and where it came from. You just double down on blaming black folks, which is what you're trying to do. Okay, that's first of all. Now as far as DEI, I personally agree only with the removal of DEI and affirmative action because, first of all, the primary winners of affirmative action was white women. They benefited the most. Okay, so it wasn't even something that really benefited us for real. But it gave us the illusion that they were doing some form of repair or reparation to us that really was not repairing us, that really was not giving us a fair shot at accessing the wealth of this country like we were supposed to. It gave a bullshit band-aid on a very, very deep cut. So I agree with removing it simply because I think that it's going to force black people into doing for self, into not relying on the government for crumbs, but they're going to go get the whole pie. So that's why I disagree with it. Okay, but the reality of the matter is their reasoning for getting rid of DEI was bullshit. They're sitting here saying there is no discrimination in the workplace. There is no historical discrimination that keep black people out of these spaces. So therefore, since there's really no discrimination, the discrimination then becomes you discriminating against white people who may have had better merit or deserved the job even more, as if these black people didn't have merit. All that is bullshit. The reasoning they gave, as if we're not living in a society that is highly discriminatory against hiring black people, was all crap. Okay, so the reason why I disagree with DEI isn't the reason why they propose DEI should be removed. So when you read these government websites, as I said, when you read these government publications, they're biased to the position of DEI being necessary to address historical discrimination in the workplace.
Yes.
So you can't trust them. That's my point.
You know what? Let me do the.
And I got a .org for you since you wanted a .org. I got a .org for you too.
For which one?
The one that proves that France had a very.
I already said we moved past that.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
Like 20 minutes, yeah. But I asked for a source.
Since you wanted to discredit my sources, I found a .org for you. I'm just saying we can move past that if you want.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I ain't trying to make the whole live about that. Like I said, we did a recap on it. I feel like
at the end of the day, France was involved. Belgium was involved. Okay. It wasn't no Rwandan only genocide. It was France stepping in, arming them.
We're past that, man. I don't want to get back into that. You just talking about the 94 crime bill and poverty.
No, I'm just saying I have found a .org for you that bolsters my point. But go ahead, we can move on. I'm just letting you know that I found the source that you would like.
Okay, well, you can still put in the chat. I mean, I asked for the source like 10 times and you never gave it.
I gave you 2 sources. You said my sources aren't credible. I gave you the New York Times.
No,
and I gave you the other one.
That was after I kept asking for a source. Don't make me put it on the live because I got to always do. Let me rewind. The line trying to be petty, but I can rewind the live back when I was asking for a source and it was straight quiet in your area, on your side.
I was getting the source. I thought I had it in my damn what's the name, but I can't.
Yeah, he thought he had it, and you just found it.
So then I found one. I found it. I found a good one.
Right. So, okay, sure. All right. So since you keep bringing it up, I was past Rwanda, but my main thing I'm stuck on there, I'm gonna leave it alone, is that it wasn't Belgians shooting down the Tutsis or the Hutus. It was.
Well, we don't know who did it. That's still in dispute.
No, we actually know who did it. It was the Hutus shooting at their radio stations that they own was telling how they both did it. So the Hutus and that's not even challenged in serious settings. The Hutus were you can't have it both ways. You said the Belgians were fanning the fire to get them to react to each other like that. But also, what caused the rape? So I understand that, you could have racial cards and you could put this one over that one. I understand how you could, get people to, kind of hate each other and then fan the flames for an all-out civil war and then a genocide. But can you explain the rape? Like, why did they go to rape?
Well, I
What?
mean, at the end of the day, this is I wasn't there. I don't know who got raped or not.
Well,
But once,
but you wasn't there when the Belgian was so-called.
yeah, but
Um,
that's common. That's common history.
yeah,
Okay,
but what's also common history is the rape. The rape is part of the violent attacks that happened in Rwanda. So you're gonna just dismiss that? You don't even want.
I'm not dismissing it, but you
Okay.
asked me what caused it. I'm just simply saying that you
No,
know
not what caused it. The question is, um,
what justifies it.
yeah.
I don't think nothing justifies rape, actually. But one thing I will say is, that's just a common part of war. That didn't start with Rwanda. It didn't end with them. There's not
That's
been a
not part of
there.
war.
It is. There's never been.
In my no 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 no. We're
There's
talking,
not.
no no
There's
no no
not been a war in
no
American
no no.
history.
Okay, so he's gonna just keep talking. Today I'm not going to talk over you. We're not doing history, bro. We're doing modern era. It's 1994. So we're not going to compare 1994 to 1604. We're comparing the modern era, bro. I mean the modern era. Yeah, he always got to go back to the year 2000 to prove a point. 1994, raping is now that's not normalized. That's not the normalcy. That's considered barbaric. That's considered like savages and predators, bro. It's primitive.
I'm not saying that it's not barbaric or that it's not wrong. What I'm saying is, it
No,
is.
no,
It.
no,
It.
no, it's not in a so raping in a war in the
Brother.
no wait, bro, I didn't get the words out, man. So I'm saying from the 90s and when people went to war, the USA, Iraq, or whoever, when people was warring, let's say Gaza and what's going on now, are you telling me that raping was going on too? Like I'm talking about when I say rape, we're talking about 250,000 women. We're not saying three folks, three guys, lone wolves. We're talking about a coordinated um scheme. We're talking about 250,000 women. Hello?
I'm here. I first of all, I don't believe those astronomical numbers simply for the
Okay,
fact
okay,
that.
all right. So let's just move on.
But it.
Okay,
But
no,
it.
no, no,
But
no, no.
it.
Okay, so now I got to meet you there because, bro, you're just cherry at this point. You're just cherry picking.
No, I'm not. I'm
Yeah,
telling you.
okay, dude. These reports talk about the rapes, man. All right, and this is why I didn't want to talk about Juan anymore, and you kept trying to force it on me. All right, so let's go for it. Let's move off.
Okay, but let me just say this one
Nah,
quick point.
let's move on because
Let me
I
just say
because
this one.
no, if you're not addressing the rape in a serious manner,
I
let's
am
just no,
though.
I'm good. Let's just move on. Let's move on. Let's
I
move on.
am.
Because I wanted to move on before and you kept forcing the conversation back to Rwanda. I wanted to move. Now I'm moving on, man. I don't want to talk about Rwanda. Let's talk about something else. Um, like we exhausted Rwanda. I think um we OD'd on Rwanda actually.
Yeah, you started by saying Belgium had nothing to do with it. I proved they
Okay.
did. Then I
I never
proved that.
said that. Okay, we gotta meet you because you still talking about it. I never said
Then I
that.
proved France armed
Okay,
them.
so he wants to keep. Yeah, this dude is sick, man. I said I wanted to move on 10 times and he's still okay. But lastly, and then he lies and say I said nothing. I never even mentioned them. You mentioned them. Okay.
France and Belgium was behind Rwanda, bro.
Man, nobody even argues that. That was never a debate.
That was my only point.
Yeah, but that was nobody debate though. That was somebody about
That was my
debating
only
that.
point.
Okay. Nobody was debating that. All right, well since you want to do that, then why did the Nigerian government do their people dirty?
Oh, didn't we just go over this the other day?
No,
Jesus Lord.
no.
I just presented you an article the other day in which what did come from the University of Massachusetts.
Right.
Okay,
Good source.
exactly. Which
So I believe
let
it.
hold on would let you know that once again, colonial powers was all behind what happened in Nigeria. A
But so
point,
was
a
the
point
Nigerian
you
pack.
act like, a point that you act like, I mean, that you never mentioned. When we first began talking about Nigeria, you told me that the colonial powers were gone before they even found oil. Bullshit. Then you went on to try to act like the only reason their oil was depleted was because Nigerians were just tapping in a pipeline, stealing their own oil
They were.
and fuck the whole thing. No, but what you did not mention, okay, is that the 1914 Mineral Act allowed for
Wait,
the
how
hold
did the
on, let me
1914,
finish.
wait, I'm asking, you mentioned the 1914. So how did that act
I'm
come in?
about to explain it to
Okay,
you.
but
What you
you
did,
don't even know the question. How did that act end up coming to be? What parties were involved in the act?
that's not the point that I'm making.
No, no, yeah, no, yes, it is because if there's parties involved, then it's a legit contract. So what parties was involved in the 1914 Mineral Act?
I'm sure it was Britain.
What about Nigeria?
Well, they were colonized
No,
at the
no, no, no,
time.
no, 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 no,
They were
no, no, no.
colonized at the
Okay, wait,
time.
no, oh, hold on, hold
All right,
on.
I'm gonna just let you talk.
Okay, right, right. Because when you about to get kicked in the stomach, you keep letting me talk. Dude, colonize, colonize is one thing. But when they bring you paperwork, you can sign or say, I don't want no parts in it. Okay, so nothing said that they had a gun to their head and said, sign this.
Real quick,
They
I gotta charge my 5 minutes, and then I'll get my 5 minutes after that. But I'm listening.
okay. All right, so I'm just gonna read the article. So this ain't even 5 minutes. I'm just gonna read the article. All right, so how did I, okay, okay, good, good, good. So let me share my screen. So this is DJ Focus article, by the way. Like as he just said, as he proudly said. So his article, that means that he's responsible for it. So we're not gonna deny events here. This ain't an article. So we got the political and environmental effects of oil in Nigeria. This is a good article, responsible source. And you see when he used a credible source, it usually kicks him in the butt. But it's like he run into newspapers. Okay. And this is the EDU. So it says Nigeria became a protectorate under Britain in 1901 and remained under British colonization until 1960. During the early years, the British pushed for exploration to discover and extract valuable natural resources predicted to be present in the Niger region. So they predicted this. How did they predict this and then Nigerians didn't predict this? Finally, in 1956, oil was discovered in Oloibiri, and since then, oil has become a leading source of economic value. Let me make it bigger. Right, too small for the chat, for the playback. Okay, I think this should be big enough. Straight in. Hold on. Okay, so this is definitely legible. All right. So I'm right here. In 1960, Nigeria became independent and took control. No, I wasn't there. Actually, I was. Okay. So in 1960, Nigeria became independent and took control of most of its oil reserves. There you go. So DJ Focus, do you agree that Nigeria became independent and took control of most of its oil reserves in 1960? Or do you dispute that? Okay, so your silence means you agree. Okay, so due to the great success of the oil industry, Nigerians chose to move forward with both the legal and illegal. So now hold up, keep in mind, chat, they're no longer colonized. They're independent. Okay. And look what they chose to do with their INDEPENDENT. Do you know what that means? Look what they chose to do with their independence. Nigerian chose to move forward with both the legal and illegal extraction of oil in order to continue to maximize their wealth. These are some greedy bastards. Okay, they want to maximize their wealth. No, they're just as
Can I
greedy
ask you
as
one question?
yes, please.
Okay, in 1960 they became INGE, right? But
Hmm.
1914 Mineral Act kept where Britain was in control of all the subsurface resources until 1969. So how
Yeah,
is
yeah.
INGE
But that's a.
we
You
don't even
you asked the
control?
question. You asked
Hold
the
on, let me
question.
no no.
No. That's the question. 'Cause I'm reading the article. How you gonna come? How you step in the article? Ask a question about the article, and then start teaching. You asked the
I
question.
want to
So
finish my question.
okay, you asked the question. Come on, man. Now your question as long as your lectures.
Oh, let me
Okay,
ask.
no. I want to finish reading the article, dude. And stop. You asked the question in the middle of the article.
Please stop,
No, okay, I gotta mute you because I'm reading the article and you step right in.
bruh. I asked you to ask you a question.
Okay.
I want to
Oh,
finish my
okay. So
question. I don't
so
need
no.
to.
How about this? Ask the question when I'm done with the article because I didn't know you was gonna step in the bro. Can you stop, man?
Stop muting me for real.
Yeah. Well, stop cutting in. I'm reading the
No,
article.
for real. Like it's pissing
Okay.
me off.
Okay. Well, stop cutting in, man. Let me finish the article.
I want you
So
to answer the question.
ask me. Write it down. I'll answer after the article. Okay.
Tell me I can
So
ask the question and start muting me.
yeah, because you asked the question, then you never gonna fit. I'm still asking the question like how long a question gonna be?
My nigga,
Okay.
it's only one question.
You already asked it, and then I was gonna answer. You said I'm not done. So
No, because
let's leave.
I
Okay, let's
didn't
leave it.
finish the question.
Look. I gotta mute you. Can we go? Let me read the article, man. God damn. Now I gotta start all over. Okay.
Yeah,
So in 1960, Nigeria became INDEPENDENT. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? That means they're in control of most of their oil reserves. That's what that means. Okay. Now, due to the great success of the oil industry, Nigerians, now this is what you got to struggle with. Nigerians chose, they were not forced to do this. They chose to move forward with, so they had a choice and they chose to move forward with both the legal and illegal extracting oil. Why? Why? Because they wanted to maximize their wealth like their colonizers. Okay. So okay. So this paper will discuss how the economic stability, and by the way, this is his source. This paper will discuss how the economic stability of the oil industry became crucial to Nigeria's survival as a sovereign nation and how ultimately the environmental damages were overlooked by the Nigerian government, not the British government, not the Belgian government, not the white man. The environmental damages were overlooked by the Nigerian government. Okay, so the colonization of Nigeria was a direct result of the Berlin Conference 1884 and 1885. Okay, for I'll skip here. For just under 60 years, the British government controlled all aspects of Nigerian society and took a special interest in extracting profitable resources to send back to Britain and sell around the globe. Colonization forced Nigeria under a unified rule. So Nigeria was uh disunified, but colonialism did something great for them. It forced these tribal people to be unified, classify Nigerians into an African homogenous identity. See, so they all now part of the same family. No more tribes, no more tribal affairs. Prior, when I watch this, prior to its colonization, Nigeria consisted of multiple ethnic groups that were separated by region and independent of each other. So the white man brought them unity, all right? The establishment of the Royal Niger Company, the white man, the white man unified them. That's crazy. The white man said, "Yeah, yo, man, all this tribal bullshit. Nah, cut that shit out right now." The establishment of the Royal Niger Company in 1879 aided the British in securing the Niger area and allowed them to sign treaties. Okay, see, they signed treaties with native groups. So this was something they just took from them. They allowed them to sign treaties with the native groups to gain access to the rivers rich with oil. So they didn't go steal anything. They didn't go take anything. They signed treaties to do what? To gain access to the rivers. God damn, I hate when I do that.
Okay,
Okay.
let me just say something real quick.
No. I'm gonna finish reading the article because this one's good for a playback. You're not gonna
Stop
get the
muting
playback.
me, bro.
I gotta mute you 'cause you keep cutting in, and I'm trying to do good with the playback. Okay,
Jesus
I'm gonna
Christ.
play this back, and I want it to be a straight read for people who are gonna watch it tomorrow. Okay, so
You want it
anyway,
to appear like you're winning. That's why you're muting me.
winning. Who's winning? There's no debate
I
yet.
have a question about what
No. He's still. I'm keep muting him. He's still talking over it.
because I have
Okay,
a question about what you read.
can you write it down after the? I'm done. I'm almost done. I'm not. As you see, I'm picking it. I'm not reading the whole article. I got things highlighted. I know it's a long read, so just ask me. Write it down. Ask me. So, but this is your article, by the way. But you should already know this. So, they signed treaties, contrary to what people believe. They did not come take anything. They brought them the contract, they signed it, and they wanted to get access to the oil. And they did that. It's a signed treaty. You got to honor what you signed. So Britain acquired the Niger region by establishing their authority within these treaties. Okay, how did they establish their authority? Within these treaties. Okay, but Black Power people want to say they came and stole it. On January 1st, 1901, became known as Nigeria's. I believe they actually named Nigeria, under the leadership of Governor General Frederick Lugard. I'm skipping. See, I'm not reading the whole thing. Shortly after the establishment of Nigeria, there we go. The Mineral Act of 1914 granted priority of oil resources to private British companies with the promise, okay, that proceeds will be split with the Nigerians focus. So the Mineral Act that you mentioned, okay, was a granted priority of oil resources to private British companies with the promise that proceeds will be split with Nigerians. So Nigerians signed off to the Mineral Act of 1914 to get split profits. Okay, so I'm just reading the article. It's not about winning. It's about, see, that's your thing. You want to win. I want to share information. Okay, so that's the fact. The Mineral Act was another agreed proposition from both parties. Nothing is stolen, nothing is forced, nothing is taken. Eventually, autonomy was granted to Nigeria on October 1st, 1960, and the newly independent government, Independent, do you truly know what that means? Was left to its devices to sort out the organization and formation of their politics. The British colonies, now look, I'm reading the good with the bad. The British colonial government left abruptly. Okay, I'm gonna come back to the green. One thing Nigerians could depend on was the land they reside on, which at this time, which was rich in natural resources. So even though the British left abruptly, leaving them to start from scratch, one thing Nigerians could depend on was the land they reside on, which at this time, so at the time they left abruptly, the land was still rich with natural resources. Nigeria turned to the excavation of these resources, specifically oil. They ignored everything else, like I said, and prioritized its production over any other aspect of nation building. They were not into nation building. So this is why I don't want FBAs going to the title of the video. I don't think allying with these guys is a good thing because they're not into nation building with their own. Okay, so now I'm gonna read the green. The British colonial government left abruptly, leaving the newly formed country of Nigeria to navigate the creation of its own modern governmental system, legislation, and societal values. Nigeria was tasked with building an entire country from scratch. That's bad. Okay, they were left naked, basically. Okay, and then we read that what they could depend on is the natural resources. So now, but out of the natural resources, they only wanted to make oil. They didn't prioritize its production over any. They prioritized the production of oil over any aspect of nation building. They were not involved in infrastructure or nation building. Okay, the lack of attention on creating a solid system of government left Nigerian politics in a highly vulnerable position as the nation struggled to institute a formal system of government. So they sacrificed their government for oil. They didn't give a damn about government, politics, strong government representation. They didn't care. Watch this. Without a consistent level of authority, the Nigerian government failed to supervise resource extraction. So there was no regulatory body like we have over here in America and most European countries. They understand that it's important to have a regulatory government body to supervise and regulate daily activities. Okay, making sure you don't poison your own people. Right now, nobody white was here. These are choices the Nigerian people are making themselves. Nobody forced them to don't focus on building a strong government. This was their thing. They wanted money. Okay, we're almost done. See, only this is highlighted. Up until 1968, the Nigerian government had limited involvement in the oil industry and restricted themselves to financial involvement through taxation of oil companies and collecting royalties. All they wanted was money. Money. Okay. Skip, skip, skip. As Nigeria faced division within the transformation, so now they're dividing amongst themselves. Okay. No white man to an independent IN nation, it held on to its most profitable attribute of oil. Oil companies acknowledged Nigeria's struggle and Shell offered to invest in the transformation to an industrial Nigeria. So now watch this. You see? So they keep offering things. They're not taking anything from Nigeria. They're offering them deals. They don't have to take it. Like, look, however, Nigeria preferred its agrarian-based society and refused to industrialize. So they turned them down. They don't gotta take the contract. They don't gotta sign the treaty. However, they agreed to a relationship with Shell, one in which Nigeria offered them continuous exploitation of oil and in return received financial support. You see, it's all about the money. A portion of whatever money Shell made from Nigerian oil had to be given back to Nigerian government. So they didn't care what Shell did with the land as long as you pay me. However, with the oil boom in the 1970s, Nigeria found their way to the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC. In 1979, Nigeria decided to nationalize the assets of the British Petroleum Company, a step towards greater oil control, however, did not particularly lead to better management of the oil extraction process. This, despite gaining authority in the Niger Delta, Nigerian officials did not seek a more environmentally friendly approach to extract the oil. So they didn't give a damn no different than the British. The Ogoni people, a native group located around the Niger Delta, relied on the land for income. and the nourishment of their community up until the extraction of oil in the region. So these are the only people in Nigeria I feel bad for. These are the only people in Nigeria I feel bad for. These are the only innocent people that if we're going to build an alliance with somebody, I will rock with these guys right here. But the rest of Nigeria, no way. You'll never get me with these people. In addition, the Ogoni were contracting skin diseases as a side effect of the polluted water. Now that's messed up. These are my people. This is my family. This is my family right here. Not the Nigerians though. Not only were indigenous groups being negatively affected, oh, and my boy Godfrey. Not only were indigenous groups being negatively affected by the process of oil extraction in their region, but they also were not getting any profits made. So they was making their Ghana people suffer for all the side effects of pollution and destroying their way of life. And they didn't get one red cent. Skin diseases. This is the Nigerian government behaving just like the British government. Okay? You know why? Because hurt people hurt people. The Nigerians were hurt by the British, whoever, and now they're hurting their own people, Ogoni people. Throughout their involvement in the Nigerian oil industry, Shell utilized their economic power over Nigeria to exploit the unstable government for easy profit. So they was taking advantage of their goofy, unstable government. Okay, because the government's so unstable, they just go to anybody. Hey man, sign this right here. Thank you. Corruption in the Nigerian government led to the oil industry serving as a fundamental aspect of Nigeria's autonomous survival. Now keep in mind, Nigeria did not care about a strong government. They cared about the money, the oil. They had a chance when they had their INDEPE, they had a chance to work on government. They said, no, no, thank you. And they focused on oil extraction, excavation. That's it, which resulted in a lack of consideration towards vulnerable communities and ecosystems around the Delta. And the push to hold Shell accountable for their oil spills and pollution communities, some turn to the vandalism of some turn to the vandalism of oil pipelines. So this is gonna be it right here. Misuse of oil in Nigeria. The access to oil in the Niger Delta has, in some ways, prevented the growth of the country. As government priority is given to oil extraction, communities that once thrived on their own are now being forced to relocate and call for government aid. Uh-oh, they're calling for government aid. What's going to happen? So you got people that's Nigerian that's going to call for government aid. Where Nigeria relies on oil to run their country, they lack the political stability to apply the economic benefits into community resources that would strengthen the Nigerian public. They lack the political stability to apply economic benefits to strengthen Nigerian public. Once an area full of fishing, livestock, and agriculture, the region of the Niger Delta now suffers from the depletion of fish, deforestation, and polluted soil determined to be infertile. As an area is approved for oil, who approves this area? The Nigerian government. Extraction and the land is empty to make ways for pipelines, more pipelines. Agricultural lands and ponds are usually destroyed by the Nigerian government. This process strips communities of their income and brings about the stagnation of society as it struggles to support. So the Nigerian government strips communities of their income. Not the white man, the Nigerian government brings about the stagnation of society as it struggles to support itself and discover new ways of living. The attention to native groups and their success remains absent from the Nigerian agenda, not the white man agenda, the Nigerian agenda, and leaves ecosystems in extremely damaged condition. As Nigeria entered the early 2000s, its oil industry continued to cause harm. This is way after the white man, way after the Mineral Act. Okay, as Nigeria entered into the 2000s, its oil industry continued to cause harm to environments. This is like yesterday. Illegal oil cultivation has been adopted by communities that lost their jobs as fishermen or farmers. So look what happened. This illegal practice of oil caused these guys to lose their fishing and farmer jobs because they killed the land and the water. That's crazy. These illegal oil sites are rated by the national government to destroy the inventory before it can reach the rest of society, and residential communities become flooded with illegitimate oil. Communities already polluted by oil spills and gas flaring are forced to participate in the extraction of oil to receive some form of income and in turn, extend the destruction of the environment with no aid from the Nigerian government, with no aid of the white man government, with no aid of the European government, no, with no aid from the Nigerian government or compensation, reparations from large oil spills, the residents of the Niger Delta have succumbed to take part in the acceleration of climate change to survive. So they forced them to conform to this wicked behavior. As Nigeria continues to struggle politically, because they don't care about this shit, they care about oil, they have remained dependent on their control of the oil industry. The economic benefits of oil may not be as expected. Nevertheless, Nigeria continues to prioritize the production of it at the expense of their environment and native communities. God damn. Not all Nigeria's environmental struggles can be linked to the extraction of crude oil, but the lack of government, we can have no alliance with these guys. The lack of government response to the damages done proves where priorities lie. Both the global capitalist system and Nigerian capitalist society, that controls Nigerian management of oil sites are highly concerned with maintaining stability in exportations. Okay, so that's it. What's your question?
You talked for 10 minutes. I just want
Yeah,
to.
I knew you didn't want a question. You wanted to stop me from talking. Yeah, you had a question. But go ahead,
No,
I'm
I
done.
did have a question. All right, now it's my go.
Yeah. So, what's your
Please,
question? You got a
please go
question?
on mute. Please go on mute.
Exactly. He had no question, folks.
I did have a question,
Yeah,
but
sure he
now
did.
I'm done with the question.
Well,
I'm going
folks,
to teach now.
he wanted to interrupt me, folks.
Okay.
That's all he did. This fake question. Bullshit.
All right. All right.
That's
It's
why I
my
fall
turn.
for it.
You talked for 15 minutes. It's my turn
I
now.
read the article for 15 minutes. I didn't talk for 15 minutes.
No, you cherry picked the article. You didn't
Yeah,
read the article.
I cherry because we already read the article. But
No, you skipped every part that
okay. Well, you can go back and try to
I
unravel.
will. I will.
Go ahead.
Okay, now. So
That's a body bag. I'm going
go
to meet.
okay, now go
It's
back up, please.
I won.
Go back.
Uh,
You lost, just like you lost in Rwanda. You lost tonight. You about to lose on Nigeria again. Okay. Now, could you please go back to the article and go back up, sir? So you're just going to give up your remote with Kyle and spend the rest of the week looking like a cake woman that just got armed up by a channel. Go back up, please. Let's go to the parts that you didn't highlight and you didn't read. And you didn't read them on purpose. Because you know damn well my point is that Britain was all involved in the corruption of Nigeria, and still to this day they are feeling the everlasting effects of colonialization, and still to the day the global oil industry is dependent on Nigeria's oil, and they're not getting all the money. The majority of the money is still going to the corporations like Shell. Okay, now go back up and now let's read, since you want to skip shit on purpose to try to reprove massa. I don't want no, it was them damn Nigerians. It's not the white man. Well, let's prove how British it was the white man. It was the British colonial powers, okay? In this same article, which you wanted to gloss over, okay? Let's go. Let's go to the first paragraph. It says, back up. Oh yeah, introduction. Okay. It says, let me see, it's leading source of economic value, Nigeria. Big oil companies such as Shell BP and private British companies took part in the extraction of Nigerian oil. So that's the first point. It was the Nigerians, brother, they were colonized, and for nearly 70 years, big companies and the British took all of the oil. They didn't steal nothing. They took the oil and sent it back to Britain and became one of the dominant global hegemons in oil based upon Nigerian oil, all done under colonial rule. You talk about the 1914 Mineral Act. They, 1914 Mineral Act. How did it come? Well, the 1914 Mineral Act was enacted by the British government, okay? And the British government was still the colonizing power of the time. Then you mentioned you said they allowed them to sign treaties. Sir, if you have to allow somebody to do something, that means you're in control. My parents allowed me to stay out till 10 o'clock because they were in control. So if I allowed you to sign the treaties, guess what? You're still in control. You're still overseeing it. You're still responsible. And that's the point, is that British colonial powers were responsible for the exploitation of Nigeria and fucking Nigeria up. Now, it says in 1960, Nigeria became independent and took control of most of its oil reserves. Well, that's a contradiction because further down in the paper, it says that the 1914 Mineral Act kept British people in control up until 1969 of all the subsurface resources. So it says in one breath they were independent, but then in another breath it says, let's see, transition of political power. It says, I'll read it for you verbatim. Okay. The British colonial powers left abruptly. Hold on, no. Let me go up a little bit. First of all, let's go to transition of oil and political power. Okay. It says new oil deposits were discovered in 1956, 1958. Removal, in 1958, removal of oil began. This exclusive access to Nigerian oil, exclusive by Britain. Okay, Mr. The white man ain't do nothing. And exclusive access to Nigerian oil made it possible for the British to dominate a large part of the global oil industry. They had exclusive access to Nigerian oil. Okay. It says Africans felt the burden of being under foreign rule during the Second World War as Nigerians were conscripted into the British service. So you stole the land from the people, then you stole the people from the land. They were involved in destroy. You've taken a lot of their men, these same people who are supposed to be responsible for creating the government and protecting once they got independence, but they're busy fighting in World War I and World War II for you. Hold on. It says resistance against British rule spread across the region. Nigerians slowly became more involved in politics and developed movements such as the National Council of Nigeria. Hold on. It's unclear whether, no. Let's go down more. It says eventually, autonomy was granted to Nigeria on October 1st, 1960, and the newly independent government was left to its devices to sort out the organization and formation of the politics. The British colonial government left abruptly, leaving the newly formed country of Nigeria to navigate the creation of its own modern governmental system, legislation, and societal values. Nigeria was tasked with building an entire country from scratch. So you took their oil, you took their men, you make them fight in your wars, you use their oil to become a global hegemon in the oil industry, and then you leave them abruptly and say, you do it from scratch. But you telling me that it was all the Nigerians. Wait a minute. if you want to use my oil to become this global hegemon, have exclusive access to my oil, and then ship not only oil but natural resources over to Britain for decades, okay, the very least you can do is offer some sort of repair or reparation. I went over this the other night, repair or reparation, or at least allow them to have access to the technology to mine the oil themselves. And even past that, have them have access to the land, because they didn't have access to the land because of the Mineral Act. Hold on. It says, it says, wait a minute. Black evidence creating South system because Nigerian place out. Okay, the lack of attention of creating, hold on. Without a consistent level of authority, the Nigerian government failed to supervise resource extraction. The transition to sovereign power was not easy for Nigerians, as they felt the long-term colonization, repercussions of long-term colonization. Why did you skip past that point? They felt repercussions from long-term colonization. It's not easy to be colonized and stripped and raped for decades, then be abruptly left to your own devices, which is going to leave you in a vulnerable position because you're still feeling the repercussions of long-term colonization. Then it says, Nigerian independence did not signify the immediate control of the land by Nigerians. The 1914 Mineral Act remained in place until 1969. So all this bullshit about them leaving in 1916, becoming INDE, and the Nigerians chose to stay with the oil extraction. Excuse me, sir. They didn't choose anything because they didn't have control of their land for 10 years after they left abruptly. So you leave abruptly, but yet you still control all the subsurface resources. You still control all the land. Where the fuck did you go? How did you leave? Yeah, you independent, but yet we still control the oil. We still control the land. That's not independent, sir. Okay? It says in immediate control of the land by Nigeria. 1940 Mineral Act placed until 1969 and granted rights to British Petroleum and the Royal to British Petroleum and the Royal Dutch Shell Company. You reading past this. And it gave British Petroleum and the Royal Dutch Shell Company control over the oil extraction. So you wasn't independent. You didn't choose to go into oil extraction. Because guess what? All the oil extraction was still controlled by the British and the Dutch shell companies. Okay? It says essentially this meant that Britain and the Royal Dutch Shell still maintained control of the subsurface resources and therefore had access to the surface land that was needed to acquire the oil. Nigeria viewed oil production as a vital aspect of economy and reliable component of the nation's identity, but was not always involved directly in the excavation process. Up until 1968, the Nigerian government had limited involvement in the oil industry. So you raping us for years. You talking about you left abruptly. Then you say the Nigerians chose to stay in the oil, but they didn't even have access to the they had limited involvement in the extraction of the oil. Okay? Then it says, and restricted themselves to financial involvement through taxation on oil companies and collecting royalties. So the only way they was able to get money was to try to get some money off taxes. But the reality of the matter is they didn't have control. They were still not independent because they didn't have control of the oil. So because they were still under control and they didn't have control of the oil extraction, it left Nigeria in a frantic position to to maintain control over some aspect of their country, and because of that, rushed them into a corrupt deal with Shell BP. This agreement granted Shell total control over exploration and oil extraction. See, the whole point is we're not going to sit here and act like the white man didn't have his hands all involved in Nigerian oil extraction and fucking up our Nigerian economy. You took the land. You took the people from the land. You began extracting oil. They wanted to stay agrarian. They wanted to stay in agriculture. But you took that. You started extracting oil. You created these deals when they was under your colonization to give you sole access to those oil, to their oil. You shipped their oil out. You used their oil to go back to Britain and become a global hegemon. Don't skip past all of this and just that's why we don't need to have no dealings with them Nigerian niggas because they chose to do all that. No, brother. It was colonization that forced them into these positions. It was colonization that forced them to make these or rushed them into making these corrupt deals. You didn't leave them with infrastructure. You didn't leave them with technology. Look what it says. It says this left Nigeria in a frantic position to maintain control over some aspect of their country and rushed them into a corrupt deal with Shell BP. The agreement granted Shell total control of oil exploration extraction. Nigeria agreed to these terms because Shell had the technology that Nigeria needed for oil exploration. They didn't even have the technology. These corrupt companies had the technology. So you want to leave abruptly, then not offer them access to any of the technology needed, but it's their fault. They don't even have the technology to mine these sources, but you made their country rich. I mean, your country rich off their oil. So now, once they see the potential for how much money they should be making, but they're not making it because of colonialization, now they're forced into a position when the world is dependent on this oil company to make these corrupt ass deals because they don't even have the technology. You didn't leave them with the technology. You didn't give them reparation. You didn't give them repair. You left them abruptly. You didn't properly try to leave them in a position to govern themselves. You destroyed them. And let's not forget, it says that these oil spills that Shell caused, that Britain caused, was the first thing that was making the land unfarmable, untenable, unfishable. This is the effects of colonization and corrupt deals by outside forces. And you can sit here and try to act like they made the deal with their dumbasses. No, no, no. They was rushed into these corrupt deals, according to this article. And they didn't make no deal to do the 1914 Mineral Act. They didn't make no deals to have exclusive access of their oil to be going over to Britain and making them a global hegemon while Nigeria suffered. Like, let's put all this into context. You want to skip past all of this. Everything that reproves white folks is what you want to read, but everything that condemns them for being colonial garbage that destroyed another African country, you want to gloss over and skip over. Okay, then um, it says, as it says, hold on. All right, Nigeria agreed to these terms because Shell had the technology. Then it says, as the Nigerian government struggled to find its footing, oil firms took the opportunity to abuse Nigeria's vulnerability. Once again, outside forces abusing Nigeria in a vulnerable state. Why were they vulnerable? They're left vulnerable by the colonialism. They're left vulnerable because they were rushed into corrupt deals. They're left vulnerable because of the 1914 Mineral Act. When after they gained independence, they didn't have no access to the land. They left vulnerable because you conscripted their men to fight in your wars. They're left vulnerable because you left them abruptly while still controlling their land. And this vulnerability, okay, it says, was exploited and abused by outside oil firms. Okay, this undoubtedly led to cutting corners and damaging process and damaging process of extraction as oil firms were enjoying massive fiscal concessions. Outside forces making all the money. Okay? Since the Nigerian government failed to implement supervision over these companies, environmental effects, now you're going to blame the Nigerians. you want to blame them when they're already in a vulnerable state. Well, you failed. It's a failure. They're already in a vulnerable state. They're being exploited and abused. Okay? Environmental effects of this industry were felt significantly by Nigerians located around the Delta, as forests, farmlands, and human safety were completely disregarded by visiting oil companies. So these oil companies seized on Nigeria in a vulnerable state, left in that state by colonialism, and then acted in total disregard for the agrarian, agricultural, um, you know, path that the Nigerians wanted to take all along. They wanted to stick to agriculture, which contradicts what you said the other day. These greedy Nigerian bastards went from agriculture because they were so fucking greedy. No, that's not what happened, bro. They was forced away from agriculture by these outside oil companies. Everybody got their fucking hands in the pot. Everybody trying to eat off Nigeria. You colonize them, leave them in a vulnerable position, keep all the technology, keep the subsurface resources, and then want to start blaming them. Okay? Then it says, in 1966, Nigerian nationalist Isaac Boro stepped in to demanded both the suspension of oil companies in the Niger region, as well as reparations for the damages of the environment of the native people. Okay, he stepped in. The Nigerian nationalists, these greedy niggas just wanted money. Wait, Nigerian nationalists stepped in and said, "Oh, y'all gonna stop this oil shit? Okay, knock it off, as well as and y'all gonna give us reparations, repair us for the damages y'all did to the native people." Despite the efforts by many Nigerians to impose environmental protection laws, the economic benefits of oil extraction quickly overshadowed the harm done, and the rebellion was quelled by the Nigerian army. Now you want to blame the Nigerians for these corrupt deals. You see how this article tries to shift blame back and forth, try to act as though the Nigerians are the ones who really respond. No. No, that's why you had to skip over. Because University of Massachusetts got a vested interest too in trying to gloss shit over. But you can't gloss truth over. Okay? It says the struggle to survive as an independent nation caused Nigeria control over its land and begin a dangerous path to environmental destruction. So they lost control of their land again because they were struggling trying to survive as an independent nation because they didn't have proper reparations. And these oil companies would not give a hell about the environmental factors that was damaging all of these people. They didn't care. Okay, outside forces once again. Okay? Then it says, as Nigeria faced division within the transformation to an independent nation, it held on to its most profitable attribute of oil. So wait a minute, it faced division. Where did the division come from? The division comes from an entire faction of Nigerians trying to stop this shit. So as much as you want to talk about Nigeria, these greedy ass people, why are you not mentioning the Nigerians that was on the other side trying to remove colonialism, trying to remove the companies, trying to stop the oil extraction, trying to get reparations? There was just as many Nigerians trying to do that, but you failed to mention them You only want to talk about them greedy Nigerians because it bolsters your point of trying to reprove, take culpability away from your massa. You proud American. It removes culpability from your master, from the white man, from colonial powers, and this is your job. I just want to blame all Nigerians, not the white man. These dirty ass Nigerians, I will never work with them. You sound like a fucking coon. Excuse my language. Okay, trying to remove all of the outside influences that always had a hand in Nigerian oil and still got a hand in Nigerian oil today. Okay. Then it says, let's read a little bit further. Okay. Hold on. Go down. Go down, slide down. Rise of neo-colonialism. Throughout their involvement in the Nigerian oil industry, Shell utilized their economic power over Nigeria to exploit the unstable government for easy profit. They're using them, using their economic hold over them that the colonialists basically put in their hand by leaving them abruptly, by keeping control of the subsurface resources, by not giving them reparations, by not giving them technology to extract their own oil, by being left in a vulnerable position. Shell utilized the economic power over Nigeria to exploit the unstable government for easy profit. Between 76 and 2001, oil spills were commonly reported to the Nigerian government, regardless of protests from the communities. This is the Nigerian people protesting. Shell refused to take responsibility and clean up after themselves. But we have Nigerian freedom fighters fighting back. Nigerian nationalists raising up and demanding a cease to the oil extraction. We have division, a whole faction of Nigerian people fighting to stop this. We ain't going to disregard their fight. Tell me you can't work with Nigerians. Work with them Nigerians. Work with the Nationalist Party. Work with those who are fighting for reparations like you fighting for reparations, man. How many coons is in this country right now talking about we don't need reparations? How many conservatives is on the other side trying to downplay what happened to black people? All right, we don't got to work with them. Now, what if outside forces use those coons to represent the position of every black American and start talking about them black Americans don't want this and don't want that, disregarding the millions of us fighting for reparations, the millions of us fighting for a better life, the millions of us trying to expose the American government for what they did with us. No, we're not going to discount and deny the Nigerians who were fighting for the freedom, justice, and equality of their people. Regardless of protests from communities, Shell refused to take responsibility and clean up after themselves. Gas flaring, a process during oil extraction where associated gases combusted, cause high levels of toxicity in the atmosphere. Shell chose to neglect the communities that resided in the Delta and perform such processes in their vicinity, exposing them to extremely harmful effects to toxic emissions. They was worried about profit. Well, yeah, just the Nigerians just wanted money. No. This is a plot by Britain, by the Royal Dutch Company, by Shell, by these global oil hegemons to exploit the Nigerian people in its most vulnerable state, to abuse the Nigerian people in its most vulnerable state. You're going to read past all of that with your white supremacist whispering ass. All right? Then it says the proximity of gas flaring to local communities and lack of safety precautions have been reported to cause acid rain, which corrodes the homes and the other local structures. They got acid raining down there. You talking about something? They ain't worried about infrastructure. Well, how are they going to get infrastructure when they don't have the resources? All of the money is going to these global hegemons, and acid rain is destroying their structures. Okay? Let's read down further. Okay, corruption in the Nigerian government led to the oil industry serving as fundamental aspect of Nigeria's autonomous survival. So once again, you blaming the Nigerians, but I wonder who propped that particular government up over the freedom fighters. I wonder who armed the Nigerians, that particular side of Nigerians, against those demanding for reparations. I'm sure it was the people who had a vested interest in exploiting Nigeria for everything that they got. Okay? Then it says, um, in the push to hold Shell accountable for their oil spills and pollution of communities, some turn to the vandalism of oil pipelines. However, this vengeful act did not bode well for Shell, the environment, or the community that is impacted by the oil extraction. Okay? So you mentioned the other day that they started, you know, vandalizing these pipelines and extracting oil illegally. But a lot of that they're extracting from the shell companies because they're the ones with the unfettered access to Nigerian oil. It's Shell, 1976 to 2001. It's Shell. They are the ones responsible. This is their pipelines. So you want to present it the other day as though Nigerian found oil after the white man left, after colonial powers left, and they just fucked it up because they wanted to rob and steal from each other. But no, they began vandalizing these pipelines as an effort to hold Shell accountable for the corrupt deals and bullshit that they was doing. Okay? To the Nigerian people. All right? Then let's read down further. It says, hold on. Okay, let's read down further. As Nigeria entered the early 2000s, its oil industry continued to cause harm to the environment. Illegal oil cultivation has been adopted by communities that lost their jobs as fishermen and farmers. So they like, look, man, y'all got all this oil coming from us. We not getting none of the bread. Y'all fucking up our farmland, fucking up our agriculture, fucking up our right to fish, fucking up our lakes. And y'all got all these pipelines coming through here causing acid rain on the people and sending all of our oil back to around the globe while we don't get nothing from it except a little bit of the tax money. I'm sure corrupt Nigerian officials was pushed up for that too by these same global hegemons. Okay, so they begin to illegally erode these pipelines, but they were forced into that position, brother. You sitting here acting like they just decided to rob each other. Now they was robbing Shell, and they were forced into the position to rob Shell because Shell kept exploiting them after the freedom fighters kept fighting to get freedom and independence and stop oil extraction and get reparations. Okay. Then um, let's go down further. Conclusion. I'm gonna go down a paragraph to the second paragraph. It says, not all of Nigeria's environmental struggles can be linked to the extraction of crude oil, but the lack of government response to the damage proves proves where priorities lie. But the global capitalist system and Nigerian capitalist society that control Nigeria's management of oil, Nigerian capitalist society, but they getting the tax money while Shell and these corrupt companies have exclusive unfettered access to the oil and to the technology used to mine these oil. Now you want to throw some of the blame back on Nigeria. Yeah, the Nigerians' fault too. It says both the capitalist system and Nigerian capitalist society that controls Nigeria's management of oil sites are highly concerned with maintaining stability and exportations. Once rich agricultural lands are now polluted by oil, gas flaring, or deforested to make way for pipelines. The environmental toll felt by the Nigerian oil industry, in most ways, is permanent. It's permanent. They can't go back to agriculture if they want to. They're forced into this oil dependent oil economy now, based upon all the corruption, all the abuse, all the colonialism, all the rushed the rushed corrupt deals. The 1914 Mineral Act, which kept Britain in control of the subsurface resources. All of this bullshit, okay, has left Nigeria in a permanent position because the environmental toll felt by Nigerian oil industry in most ways is permanent. But with immediate intervention and company reparations for cleanup, there could still be hope for Nigerian communities surrounding the Niger Delta. Had it not been for British colonialization, had it not been for British colonialization, had it not been for British colonialization of Nigeria, Nigeria may have never introduced oil extraction into their society. They wanted to stay agricultural. It was rich agricultural land. There's money in agriculture too. They were doing fine. They could have built an agricultural based economy. They could have became the number one export in other things. But guess what? Or if they did build the oil economy, they could have did it responsibly, and all that money could have went back into the Nigerian land, so they wouldn't have had to beg colonialists for reparations. They would have been able to build the infrastructure. You just chastised them for not building. How am I supposed to build something when I don't got none of the money to build it? I don't have reparations to build it. Then it says Nigeria may have never. What did it say? Nigeria may have never introduced oil extraction into their society. Nigeria continued to feel the everlasting effects of colonialism. Everlasting. Well, they just said it was permanent. Then they said the everlasting effects is as a result of colonialism, not Nigerians hating each other and making bad deals. And they just nobody forced them. They wanted to do this. No, they didn't. They were forced into rushed into these corrupt deals, abused in that vulnerable state, taken advantage of after colonialism destroyed them, after these illegal corrupt acts destroyed them. Then it says they continue to feel the everlasting effects of colonialism as it works to build a sustainable, independent nation that can compete with the countries who exploited them for decades. They can't even compete with these countries that exploited them for decades. So let's stop this bullshit. Let's stop this bullshit. You exploited them for years, for decades. You abused the shit out of them. You didn't leave them with no proper technology. You left them abruptly. You didn't give them reparations. You rushed them into corrupt deals. You colonized them and extracted their oil. You created corrupt acts that even after they gained independence, they had no control of the land nor control of the subsurface resources. You made yourself a global hegemon, uh, uh, um, not taking into account the damage it was doing to the Nigerian society. You ignored the freedom fighters, the nationalist movements who begged you to stop, who begged for reparations. You ignored them. You continued to exploit them. You violated them. You conscripted them into your wars. Now you want to read a couple paragraphs devoid of colonial involvement and try to place blame only on the Nigerians with your Uncle Tom coon ass. You want to just place blame on them and literally highlighted only the parts that semi-blame the Nigerians without reading the full thing in context. Because if you read the full thing in context, then you will, you're not reading it from a Eurocentric, reprove the white man, I hate Nigeria point of view, like your coon ass was reading it from. Then you'll see that it wasn't their fault. Just like with Rwanda, Europeans were all involved in that. Just like with Rwanda, Belgium and France, all involved in that. Got to come back now and do commissions and reports and apologize for your role and hide secrecy that you armed them and trained the militia and you stood by them while they was murdering people off. You backed them. France backed the Hutus while they was murdering. Yeah, we got your back. Here, take some more guns. They signing checks for more guns to come in. You backed them against the Hutus after you backed the Tutsis against the Hutus. It's colonialism all involved in this bullshit. So as I said the other night, since the best way to teach is in repetition, okay, we are not going to sit here after the colonial powers have all took power in destroying Rwanda and Nigeria, and now just place the blame on the Rwanda, just place the blame on the Nigerians. No, tell it for what it is. What you even doing over there, brother? Europe, what are you even doing in these countries? Exploiting them for oil and gas, inciting civil wars. This was the whole purpose of my point when you first brought him up the other day. Say, brother, don't sit there and act like Britain wasn't all involved in what happened in Nigeria. Don't act like Belgium and France wasn't involved in what happened in Rwanda. They always are involved, hiding their wicked hand, inciting riots, creating these global hegemons off of African resources and diamonds and gold and oil extraction, stealing the people from Africa, creating global slave trades with African people, conscripting Africans to fight in your wars, creating apartheid states in South Africa. Let's stop acting like the European colonies did not carve Africa the fuck up and destroy Africa. So stop. I'm tired of this BS. You want to sit here and act as though these people weren't major players and major actors and didn't have a underhanded, underlying role in all of this, but it's all bullshit. The parts you read trying to conveniently highlight the only parts that remove culpability from your coon ass master, you're going to try to purposely remove the depth of the article. This is your article. You damn right it is. Read it again. You want to remove the depth of the article, the meat and potatoes of the article, the truth of the article, to try to skew the people into believing it was all Nigeria's fault. It ain't the white man. I see Nigeria did this. It ain't the white man. They made these deals. It ain't the white man. Well, let's read it again. Let's read it from a real point of view. Here you come into my country, colonize my country, take over my country, create acts in my country, allow treaties to be signed in my country, conscript soldiers from my country, extract oil from my country, destroy my country, not give reparations to my country, take advantage of my country, abuse my country, become global oil hegemons off my country, send all the resources and money back to your countries and leave my countries broke. They still fighting today to compete with the colonial powers that exploited them for decades. That's what this article says. They're still trying to fight after you used us for your own personal gain. Talking about some, they ain't still shit. You did steal. You stole the land. You stole the oil. You stole the people. They stole, brother. Now, I'm done explaining this to you niggas. You can replay this, and this is why you gotta mute me every 2 seconds, because you know I will, when I'm allowed to talk, I'll chop your shit smooth up. Now, you play this back for the people. Create a clip in the short of my argument versus your argument. And let's see who the people agree with. Because the very real fact of the matter is, you purposely try to skew truth. You purposely try to misrepresent facts so you can win a debate. Talking about you ain't trying to do this to win. Yes, you is. That's why you skewed the facts. But when I get to reading the article for what it is, now we see the proper facts of the article. I lost. You lost again. Like you always lost. Like you lost in Rwanda. Like you lost in Darwin. Like you lost on Margaret Sanger. Like you lost on abortion. You always lose to me, brother. You can't fuck with me. Now, at the end of the day, like I said, the champ is here. Now you can go ahead and come back on the line and talk and do whatever you want, but you cannot fuck with me because you are reading all the shit you read from a position of reproving the true culprit. I'm reading from a position of truth. This is why I didn't even have to read these articles before I told you, wait a minute. Belgium was all involved in Rwanda. Oh, Britain was all involved in Nigeria. I didn't even have to read these articles. No, they weren't. No, they weren't. Belgium had nothing to do with it. He's just gonna make some Belgium shit up. Wait. Nigeria got their oil after colonialism left. Now we read this article. They've been getting exploited the whole fucking time. The whole time they've been getting exploited. Using them and abusing them and rushing them into corrupt deals and not repairing them, not giving them reparations. Back in the side that and propping up the side of the division that benefits you while you ignore the side that is fighting for reparations and fighting for you to stop destroying the land. You destroyed their farmland. You destroyed their agriculture. You destroyed their fishing. You made them permanently dependent upon an oil-based economy. And then you left everlasting effects of colonialization. I want to hear none of that shit you got to say, brother. Now you come back and look at this part. A report from 2000 claims that oil and gas exports accounted for 98% of the export earnings, displaying the critical nature of oil to the Nigerian economy. Who made the Nigerian economy dependent on oil to the tune of 98% while destroying the land and creating permanent effects, everlasting effects? That was outside forces, brother. So you talking about you don't want to work with Nigerians, but you need to be working with them. I'm about the Ogani, those are my people right here. All right, well, go send a letter to the Ogani. Work with them before you start trashing all of Nigeria. Go send a letter to the colonial powers. I mean, not the colonial powers, the freedom fighting, the nationalists, all those people who resonate with reparations and freedom and independence, and who want their economy back, and who want to use their own oil to build up their own nation and their own land. Imagine how great Africa would be without colonization. If all that oil money, diamond money, gold money, resource money was being put back into Africa, Africa would rule the world. There would be no competition. All the global oil market would be dependent on African countries. The global diamond market would be dependent on African countries. The global gold market would be dependent on African countries. But they can't allow that. So while they genocidally wipe you out everywhere they find you, they exploit your land for the resources and create global hegemons and place themselves as the forefront of the world the same way America placed itself at the forefront of the world using African people, using us. You place yourself as the forefront of the world. Now you won't give us reparations. You won't give them reparations. And you coon ass niggas is sitting up here talking about some, I hate Nigerians. Yeah, Nigerians coming over here. Oh yeah, them niggas is lazy. We don't like them American niggas. Arguing and fighting with each other like the Hutus and the Tutsis. While it's a colonial hand behind it all. While it's a a, a European government behind it all. But we ain't going to acknowledge that. We're going to point the finger at each other, have a civil war with each other. While France and Britain and America and Belgium, they sit back and point the fingers at us. I don't want to hear none of this bullshit. Now, what country you want to go to next? In Africa. And I proved to you then, too, how the colonial powers were all involved. I prove it to you. They killed Gaddafi. What you doing in Libya for? What Libya did to you? Libya trying to create an African Union and kick all of them Europeans out. You kill them. Dropping bombs on the pygmies in the Congo. You overthrowing governments. Inciting civil war. Flooding Africa with disease. How you think we got in this position? How you think Africa got in this position, brother? You're dead wrong. You're dead wrong. You got cooked again. Now, you tell me where you want to go next, and I'm on your ass. Next topic.
Weird. We're dating? I couldn't come up with something better than that. What else was I supposed to do? Let them find out I'm taking ballet? Look, you weren't blocking laugh when you brought it up. Those are my friends. I'll never be able to show my face in school again. But I like Kyle. I kind of think maybe he might like me back. You want to risk my
you and your little four
receiver QB? Say goodbye. All right, fine. You're so gonna own for this. Me? So, I mean,
you and your little four commenters. You and your little four commenters. Let me see.
problems. All one receivers dating our quarterback. Worse, so Gibson. I got at least a 15-yard penalty.
Donnie Williams, I wish you come up here because I'm gonna cook you next. You always got some shit to say, Donnie. Donna, always got some shit to say. Why don't you come up here and I'll cook you next? I'm tired of cooking y'all leader. Bunch of jokes in the chat. Look at Uncle Ruckus. Nothing he says is credible. He just wants to explain his slanted opinion based on conspiracy. How nothing that I said was credible? So Shell didn't exploit them? So colonialism didn't exploit them? So the 1914 Mineral Act isn't real? So they didn't keep control of the subsurface resources until 1969 after they supposedly gave Nigeria independence in 1960? So he didn't skip over the parts that condemned white supremacy and only talked about Nigerians? Like, what part of what I said wasn't facts? You undefeated, but you won't come up here. Thank you, Indigenous. I appreciate you. Thank you, Indigenous. I appreciate you. I know damn well it's facts. They don't even know how to get oil out the mud. Brother, they didn't want that. They wanted agriculture. They did that fine. And then you say they don't know how to get oil out the mud. Brother, they don't possess the technology because all the money that was made was sent to Britain. It was sent around the world. It made them a global hegemon, but they didn't put that money back into Nigeria. They didn't give them the technology. They didn't repair them. They didn't give them reparations. So Nigeria was forced into corrupt deals with Shell and the Royal Dutch Company. They were forced into these deals because they did not have the technology. However, they were already dependent on an oil-based economy. But they hold on, I'm getting double feedback in my ear. They was already dependent on the oil-based economy. And because they were dependent on the oil-based economy and they did not have the technology to mine their oil, guess what? They had to make whatever deal they could. But even in the deals that they made, remember, 50% of the people wasn't down with it.
You and Troy were really in sync. This makes sense.
They brother, he talking about some bro, they needed them. No, they didn't. So they needed them to exploit their land and give them no money back. They needed them to make themselves a global hegemon, but not make Nigeria itself a global hegemon. They needed them to exploit them for their resources. That's what they needed. They needed them for their resources. Straight body bagged them. They needed them for their resources. Like, keep it a bin. I mean, they needed them to extract their resources, but not give nothing back to the people. They needed them to have oil spills and destroy their fishing and farming and agricultural economy. They needed them for that, or did they need them to frantically find their way as an independent government after the everlasting and permanent effects of colonialism begin to destroy them? They were forced into a position and to feel as though they needed them. Because by this time, it was too late. The colonialism and the permanent effects of such was already fully in place. They needed them to lie to them.
Sorry, Troy.
They needed them to lie to them about the 1914 Mineral Act. When they said they left abruptly, but yet kept control over all the subsurface resources. But they left abruptly. Do you believe that shit? See, like Ron said the other night, why all of this happened around the 60s? Well, because this is when the covert coup bullshit started. When they wanted to start hiding their hand, the world was waking up. So now, instead of appearing that we just this colonial power exploiting this nation, we're just going to find more crafty ways to exploit them the same way they finding more crafty ways to exploit your dumbass. That's why you fill prisons and buy Gucci, Louis, BCBG, Iceberg, Pele, Pepe, Gerbeau, Parasuco, Averex, Gore-Tex, Nike, Louis Vuitton, YSL, Christian Louboutin. They got you. They exploiting your ass. They took you out of the chains and found another way. They found another way to and found another way to use you. Use your silly ass. So now we're gonna get rid of chattel slavery, but we're going to use you and turn you into the consumer base. So you bring in $1.6 trillion, and all that go back to us. You own less than 1% of 1/10 of 1% of the wealth in the country. So we still own you. Black folks, the only people walking around here with 75 chains on, and they outfit costs $10,000. White folks running around here with Hard Rock Live t-shirts and Skechers, but they got wealth. They got nice houses. We in the projects with Gucci on. They found another way to make money off your dumb ass because you ain't properly been repaired. So therefore, you're still getting destroyed. You're still getting exploited. Come on, FBAs only need FBAs to watch our back. Well, FBAs ain't doing a good job because we still got the highest murder rate, incarceration rate, abortion rate, divorce rate, homicide rate. We still spending more than everybody. We locked up more than everybody. So we're not doing a good job. You better put some more effort into helping your people and get off these little platforms trying to act like you smart while you ain't doing really nothing on the groundwork to help the people. What question do you want me to ask, Donnie? Explain me the question you want me to ask. I mean, you want me to answer. I'm sorry.
That's really sweet.
Explain. Put the question in the chat and I'll answer it. I'm getting ready to get off this, man. I got to work in the morning at my own business that I own. Don't work for the white man. Please, y'all up here always want to be some white supremacy whisperers and white supremacy apologists. He said, why didn't they have the technology? All right, let me explain this again for the kids in the back room. First of all, they didn't want to go into oil. In fact about it, they said if it wasn't for the colonial powers, they would have not ever even gotten into oil extraction. They preferred an agrarian, agricultural society. That's first of all. Second of all, they didn't have the money, you nut. I just explained this to you. They did not have the money. Why didn't they have the money? Well, because all of the resources was being taken away from Nigeria and sent back to Britain. Britain had exclusive rights to all of the resources. Then after Britain had the exclusive rights to all the resources and all of the oil, when they left abruptly, they were placed in a vulnerable position to where they did not have the money for the infrastructure. They did not have the money to try to, or the technology. They didn't have it. Because of colonialism, you nut. So because they didn't have the money, they were rushed then, I'll explain this again, into making corrupt deals with these global hegemons and trying to gain certain money whichever way they could. So the only way they can gain money was off the taxes. They had to make deals to try to get a little bit of the tax money, but all of the lion's share of the oil money was going back to these global hegemons. They was going back to Britain, back to the Royal Dutch Company, back to Shell. So they didn't have the money. So then they were rushed in making since they didn't have the technology, but yet they were now dependent on the oil economy, they were rushed in a frantic scramble to make corrupt deals that benefited these companies and really didn't benefit the Nigerian people, but they were scrambling. But all of this is because of the permanent and everlasting effects of colonialism. Didn't you read that part? Sound like excuses. No, what you saying sound like excuses. Excuses for the white man. Excuses for colonial powers. What is this Y'all supposed to be free, foundational Black Americans. Y'all supposed to be this Black power, this Black movement. But yeah, y'all are bent on trying to reprove and remove culpability from white supremacy, white colonial powers, and white global hegemons. Like, why are y'all bent on removing? Oh, I know. Because you rather take the fight to the broken down, exploited, abused Nigerian. That's an easier fight for you because you're scared to take on the big fight. You scared to take on Massa. You scared to take on the global oligarchies. You scared to take on the colonizer. So now you're going, I know what we'll do. Let's just talk. Let's talk about Jamaicans and Nigerians. That's an easier fight for me. Yeah, I'll do that. We'll just go back and forth arguing and fighting with each other. But what we won't do is take on the fight that counts. What we won't do is take on the fight that really is going to make a difference. Come on, man. Y'all got to stop this. Donnie, you a coon. You're a coon. All right. You're not an FBA. You're a coon. You are a tether. That's what you are. All right. You're a black tether. You're a coon. You've been cooning for the last 3 days I've been on the chat. You got the most comments up here, always at talking some dumb shit. Matter of fact, I want to debate you tomorrow night. Why don't you call in and I embarrass you like I embarrassed your boy? All right, y'all leader, y'all faithful leader. I embarrass your boy, I'll embarrass you next. All right, you can't fuck with me. Period. You always losing the debate. Always. The only way he could try to win a debate is by cutting me off, muting me a million times, throwing me in the waiting room. That's the only way you could try to win a debate. You are undermining us. I'm gonna delineate from your ass. I'm delineating from you. The only way you can try to win a debate is by cutting me off, misrepresenting truth, reading partial and biased articles, playing the cite your source game. Then when I give you my source, oh, that source don't count. Like, come on, stop. We not beat. We not beat. All right. Now, I'm glad y'all let me preach for a minute. But I'm about to get off this. If there's any questions y'all want to ask me, let me know. Because I'm about to get off. It's almost 1:30 in the morning. I'm yelling and screaming in my house. My daughter's asleep right here. I'm gonna end up waking them up. And I got to get to the barbershop early tomorrow. So yeah, if y'all got any questions, let me know. Not, I'm about to get off this. Thank you, unbiased Ron, for getting cooked once again. As you always do. Every time I hop up on these debates, do I support FBA or ADOS? Well, yes, I do. But I think y'all have a misrepresentation of what FBA and ADOS is. First of all, understand what I support when I say FBA is the notion, the idea, the truth, and the fact that we are a distinct people from the rest of these quote unquote, black folks, if you will, in this country, because we've been here the whole time. We've been here as long as white folks been here. When you talk about American history, you can't spell American history without foundational black Americans. No, I'm not Pan-African. I'm not. That's not where my school of thought comes from. My school of thought comes from the Nation of Islam. That's what I was raised as. My school of thought comes from Malcolm X, Minister Farrakhan, Khalid Abdul Muhammad, my father, Elijah Muhammad. That is where my school of thought comes from. It don't come from no Pan-Africanist movement. So that's where my school of thought comes from, just to let you know. All right, that's how I was raised. All right. I was raised in that school of thought. So that was the impetus for my knowledge that I have today. Okay. That's what pushed me into studying and growing and learning. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not Pan. But yes, we are foundational black Americans. We are the foundation of America. I'm gonna put my Instagram in the chat right now. You know what I'm saying? Um, so yeah, so we are foundational Black Americans. Now, do I support ADOS? Absolutely. American descendants of slavery. See, I think these designations are good because these designations let the world and let America know, you owe us. You owe us repair. You owe us reparation. You owe us what we deserve. And it delineates us from others who may try to come over here and take our, use our birthright to gain, things for themselves, to try to eat off of our reparations and repair, eat, et cetera, et cetera. So yes, I do believe in, yeah. Tomorrow, I mean, I should be able to come back tomorrow. I'll see. I don't think I got too much planned. I got a Super Bowl party I'm throwing on Sunday, and pretty much I ain't doing nothing until then. But after I hit the gym tomorrow, I don't mind coming back on here. But so that's what it's for. FBA and ADOS is to identify ourselves as foundational to get what we are owed. You guys are radicalizing the movement, and I really don't even think y'all truly understand what Tariq and Yvette Cornell and all of them, I don't even think y'all really understand their purpose. Because what you're doing now is using it as a shield to a disconnect from your brothers around the world. Okay, there's nothing wrong with delineation and showing people who we are, and letting people know we are our own situation. But disconnecting is something different, because now you don't want to have any ties to your African or Jamaican or Haitian, whatever brothers, and they don't all exist or operate on a monolith. A lot of them do understand the unique position of American Black people, and they understand, that Britain owns the Jamaicans, and Haiti owes the French, and America owes us. Many of them, if you would talk to them, you'll be able to, find a common ground. Also, as I said the other day, I believe that working together gives us a stronger blow at this fight, as the American allies work together with Britain and France and Belgium and Germany and all the rest of them, as Russia and North Korea and China work together. Alliances and allies is all we have in this world, but we want to stay divided and conquered. I heard someone say, "Oh yeah, don't pull that divide and conquer shit with me, because we got to be united before we can be divided." Well, there was a time we was united. We're divided at this point, so a little bit of unity will go a long way. Now, I'm not saying unite with them in the sense of, you know, allowing them to get what we're owed and deserved by the American government, what we're owed and deserved by our oppressors. But I am saying work with them to form a unified front, more numbers, more power, more people, and then also a unified blow or argument to the colonial powers. When you're talking about the colonial powers and what they owe Black people as a whole, yes, we can work together with them as a unified front to do that. So yeah, no, I believe in FBA, I believe in ADOS, but I think y'all are radicalizing it and misusing it to basically reprove white people and hate each other. And that's what I have a problem with. I mean, I understand Black people get mad when y'all watch them videos and people up there, oh, Americans ain't this and American Black people ain't that. I understand that, but y'all gotta understand the underlying issue there is white supremacy as well. They're being fed these views of us, just like we're being fed views of the Nigerian problem. We're being fed views of the Rwandan genocide. We're being fed views of Belgium's role and France's role and Britain's role and America's role. We're being fed these views. So because we're being fed views, we got an adverse opinion and view of our Nigerian and Rwandan brothers. And because they're being fed a view of us, they got an adverse view of us. But those adverse views come from a lack of communication, a lack of study, a lack of understanding. All right, you don't want to work with them hypocrites who fought against the Nigerians that was fighting for freedom? Well, work with the Nigerians that was fighting for freedom then. Work with the freedom fighters, the nationalists, those who was trying to kick the global hegemons out, those who were trying to fight to keep their land pure so that they could continue to farm, they could continue their agriculture, they could continue to fish. Those who fought against the damage that was being done to their land. Those who wanted autonomy and control over the oil. Those who wanted to kick the Royal Dutch Company out, kick Shell out, kick Britain out. Go work with those Nigerians, brother, as FBAs and ADOS. Because just like it was hypocrites over there who may have fought against the freedom of the Nigerian people, it's hypocrites over here fighting against the freedom of us. It's hypocrites over here fighting against the freedom of us. You got plenty of black people over here fighting against the freedom, justice, and equality of black people. They saying we don't deserve reparations. They saying this shit was in the past. Get over it. They saying slavery was 400 years ago, and they don't want to accept the nuance. You got Amala Ekbanobi and the Hodges twins and Candace Owens and Officer Tatum and all these different ones who fight against black freedom, justice, and equality all of the time. Then you got the same thing on the Democratic side of the aisle. A bunch of no good niggas that fighting more for LGBTQ rights than they fight for black rights. So on both sides of the aisle, we got hypocrites that don't, that don't represent the ideological point of views of FBAs, the ideological point of views of freedmen, the ideological point of views of the Nation of Islam, or the ideological views of all of these other various black groups that are fighting for freedom, justice, and equality for black people. You got a bunch of different commentators and a bunch of different pundits and and a bunch of different movements, if you will, that do not support us and our movement for reparations, our movement for freedom, our movement to become independent, our movement, to get what we're owed and get what we deserve. There's a lot of people fighting against that are American, that are foundational Black American. They fighting against it. Now, just like we don't want to get lumped in to the bullshit view of us that's being promoted around the world that we are thugs and gangsters and drug dealers and hypocrites, even though we have thugs, gangsters, drug dealers, and hypocrites. That's not us. And we don't want to get lumped into that circle of people when, as people view us around the world. Well, don't lump those hypocrite ass Nigerians in with the other Nigerians who wanted to fight for freedom, justice, and equality and independence and to kick them colonizers the hell out. Rock with who we rock with. Everybody not going to agree. Everybody not going to be on code. But there's Nigerians and Jamaicans and Africans and Americans that are on code. And those are the people I think that we can find value in working with. Now, granted, we can, fight for a Black independent, front here in America. We can fight for reparations here in America. We can make building each other up, our primary goal and our primary objective, that's fine with me. Because as I said the other day, charity begins at home and then spreads abroad. You got to be able to help yourself and put yourself in the best position to help others. But to close the door and to act as though, man, we ain't working with them niggas. I will never work with them Nigerian niggas. Like this nut was on here saying earlier. That shit is wrong. There is value in unity. There is value in working together. There is value in creating a unified front. There's value in creating a strong blow by uniting. As I said last night, I could poke you with a finger and get one response, but if I close the fist, all 5 fingers, I get a devastating blow. I could knock you out and probably even kill you. So there is power in unity. We should not abandon the total idea of unity because there's value in it. So that is the point, okay? The FBA don't fight against anybody or anything. You just lied on us. What? You do fight. You fighting for reparations. You fighting against the Nigerians. Like this nigga was earlier. You fighting against the Jamaicans. You fighting against progress. You fighting against unity. What you talking about? You are fighting. Wrong. I want to get your ass up on here now. Next. DJ Focus, stop calling blacks N-words. Try to be black and proud. Look it up if you're too young to remember what it means. You know what? You have no argument with me there, all right? At the end of the day, Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad did teach us that we need to stop using baby language. So, maybe that's baby language, and I will try to be better at that. You know what I'm saying? So you have no argument with me with that. It's a horrible word. It came from a horrible place. But also let's put into context that niggas do exist. I'm sorry. I love black folks, but I hate niggas, like Chris Rock said. Love black folks, but I hate niggas. But no, I will try to use that better phraseology when it comes to identifying my people. So you have no argument with me from there. But remember, the N word, if you will, is a product of Western civilization and a product of American society. They created this recalcitrant, downtrodden, despised, rejected, uneducated, uh, uh, ham bone, handkerchief head, foot shuffling, shucking and jiving nigga. They created that. All right, it's a product of white supremacy. We wake up, we rise up, we try to become black men. FBAs, if you will. We try to become men. We try to become, what our true destiny wants us to become. But reality is, all of us aren't there yet. Many of us are still asleep, and them niggas that's asleep is niggas. All right, they're products of Western civilization. They're product of Western society, and they exist. I'm from the hood. I grew up just using that word all the time as a in my vernacular, but I will try to do better. I will try to do better. I'm not gonna lie. No other group using the oppressors dehumanizing slurs. Well, I mean, I don't know every group around the world, so I don't know if that's a fact. I don't know the slang of every group around the world, but I will say I do know this group, and we we have adopted that word, and we should try to use better words. I'm not gonna lie. You know what I mean? The Watcher says, always remember it's not exclusive to blacks and it's a mind state. That's true. All black people ain't niggas, all niggas ain't black. It is a mind state. And I think this country and this government and these powers that be work overtime to create more niggas than they create intellects. They work in overtime to create more failures than successes, you know? Um, but like I said, I don't know. I'm of the. I know Spanish people call each other spicks, and Jewish people call each other kikes, and it's like women, right? They may do it jokingly. They might call each other wetbacks jokingly, but at the end of the day, it's like women. A woman will tell you all day, you better never call me a bitch. But as soon as she get around her friends, she be like, bitch, let me tell you, bitch. Like they use, and that's black women, white women, Spanish women, and all the rest. They use that word bitch to talk to each other, but they don't let outsiders call them it. You know what I'm saying? And that's how we is. We use it as a term of endearment with one another. We use it for a lot of different things, actually. But we use it, sometimes as a term of endearment, sometimes as a pejorative. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's my nigga. That's my nigga. Man, this nigga that did it. This nigga. You know what I mean? We use it when we want to exclaim surprise, nigga. Let me tell you, like, so it's just a part of our vernacular. It's a part of the word we use, and you know the reality of the matter is colloquialism is a real thing, and I'm not using this to justify the use of the word nigga. Okay, I do think that it is a horrible term. We got to come better, but yeah, Watcher's right. Rednecks call each other red. They put on shirts. I'm a proud redneck. I'm a proud hillbilly. He's right. They do that. The Watcher is 100% right. Know what I mean? But colloquialism is a real thing. And when you remove that hard R and you add an A to it, nigga instead of nigger, and you kind of change the colloquial definition to kind of a term of endearment or to, something that only black people can use, and you kind of bar and exclude everybody else from being able to use it. I do think it's colloquially takes on a new term, and colloquialism is real. Uncle Tom, according to the book, was the hero figure, but now Uncle Tom is an Uncle Tom, no matter what the book says, because colloquially we've changed the definition. That's what colloquialism is. You change the definition of something based upon the how it's used in modern vernacular. So, what I'm saying? Like, and so there's a lot of people, like he said, niggardly is a stingy mindset dating back to Vikings. You got the Latin or the Spanish negro. Niggas call themselves, negro, which means black. Okay. Then you got negro, which is comes from the Latin, necro, which means black or death. That's why you get like necrophilaniacs is like they have sex with dead girls, or like necromancers. So you got necro and negro and negro, and that changed the nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you know, I think us barring them from being able to say it, as fucked up as it is, gave us some sort of unity though. Because it's like, yeah, even though we united around a fucked up word, we united around something finally. Like, yeah, nigga, like that's a universal black objection. Can't nobody say nigga. Know what I'm saying? Like, um, I don't know. I wouldn't say it became public due to gangster rap. I wouldn't say that. I think prior to that, people was using the term. You know what I'm saying? You know, but we had different terms. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know they used nigga back in the day, but they also use cat daddy. Like, hey, cat. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, different things change with the time, but I know nigga, it, it is a term of endearment. Like, if you came in my shop and somebody asked you, yo, such and such, and they be like, yo, that's my nigga, bro. Like, that's my nigga right there. Like, I'm like, yo, my nigga. yo, word is born. Like, yo, I love this nigga. Like, that's my nigga, bro. That's a term of endearment. You feel me? Like it is, like colloquially or whatever. But it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, um, so you got that. But look, you'll get no argument from me. It is a it is a term that I think, came from a horrible place. And I think that, we should strive to change it. Now, with that being said, I think it's so saturated into the English language at this point. We're gonna have a hard time trying to change that. That's a mean uphill battle right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, if you can't change something, you gotta try to change it colloquially, put your little rules around it. Y'all can't say it, we can, you know, what I'm saying? Like, but but yeah, all right, let's see if we got any more questions before I get up out of here. No, IBM be going off. That's my brother right there. Blacks were calling each other niggas back when Jack Johnson was boxing. We got to stop blackwashing everything. Yeah, this is true. This is true. That's why I said, man, we've been calling each other nigga the whole time. You know what I mean? It's not something that just came from gangster rap, although a lot of bullshit did come from gangster rap. I think if anything, the rap, the way we use it so frequently, it kind of gives other people the impetus to say it more now than anything. Cause them white folks be in their car when they be rapping. When that part, if ain't nobody around, when they get to that nigga part, they be like, nigga, like they finally get that chance to say it. So yeah, let's see if we got any more questions before we leave here. Shout out to my boy Indigenous Black Man. Shout out to my boy the Watcher, my boy Pablo. All the people rocking with me in the chat tonight. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all, man. He said it's not saturated in the English language. That's BS. No, for us it is. Is for us it is. Objectifying our music was the worst thing to come out of the objectifying our women was the worst thing to come out of the music. I don't know. I think the worst thing to come out of the music was the glorification of killing. Like you can't make songs about killing squirrels. You can't make songs about killing dogs. You can't make songs about killing women. You can't make songs. Hold on. I'm on 1%. Shit, I had to take my headphones out. I might get a little muffled. Let me just get some juice. Chat, let me know how muffled I sound, if I sound really muffled. Because my phone a little janky, so that's why I put my headphones in to get that clear. But you can't make music about killing dogs. You can't make music about killing cats. You can't make music about killing women. You can't make music about killing white folks. You can't make music about killing Jews. You can't make music about killing babies. You can't make music about killing chickens. We eat chicken every day, but they'll never distribute it. I could write a song right now, like, yeah, man, I'm about to blow this chicken head off, cut him up, kill his kids. They'll never distribute that shit. But you can make 30 years of music about killing black men. And I think that's really the worst thing to come out of gangster rap was the glorification of the killing, and so making us so numb and desensitized to it. And another horrible thing to come out of it is this um, affinity towards criminalization, which is the reason that they do that is because they wanted to make rap a commercial for jail. That's pretty much what they wanted to do. Make rap a commercial for jail. When they privatized the prisons, they and started trading prisons on the stock market and made it a commodity and a source of revenue, getting upwards of $40,000 federal subsidies per inmate. Well, once it became private, they needed to fill these prisons. So, you know, the private corporation of Burger King uses commercials. The private corporation of McDonald's uses commercials. And now the private corporation of the prisons, they use a commercial too, and it's called rap music. Hold up. What comment? Let me see your comment. Indigenous. You know you my boy. Let me see. Notice the true oppressors are held to no accountability for their actions as we blame one another. That's the point that I was making throughout the night, and you're 100% right. You're 100% right, and that's why I said they done turned us to the Hutus and the Tutsis. We out here blaming each other, killing each other, arguing with each other, cutting off ties with each other, refusing to work with each other, while the colonial oppressor is right there behind us the whole time. And now we don't want to hold them to accountability. We just want to blame each other. We don't want to hold them to account for a few reasons. A, because they still got control of our minds. So, they're still pushing out the propaganda necessary to make us docile and make us turn a blind eye away from them and towards each other. But then for the woke niggas, the fake woke niggas, y'all don't want to hold them to account because by taking the fight to them, it seems like an insurmountable task. It seems like a hill too high to climb. So we'd rather just point the finger at each other. We'd rather just point the finger at each other and remove all culpability of our good massa. A good massa. I'm gonna let my phone get to 10%. And then I'm gonna put my headphones back in. And when my phone dies, that's gonna be the end of the night for me. Cause I get it much clearer in my headphone. How do I sound though? Do I sound muffled or do I sound okay? Let me know here in the chat. Indigenous, I wouldn't skip over your comment, brother. I would not skip over your comment. He says, Rat Brown, Muhammad Ali, Malcolm X, MLK, the Black Panthers, Eldridge Cleaver, none of them used the N word back in the day. Well, these were enlightened men, and we're trying to get enlightened too. We're trying. That's why I said you have no argument with me on trying to, get past that particular word. You'll get no argument with me on trying to get past that particular word. Let me. All right. My headphones back in. All right. This will be the long road home for me. I got 8% on my phone, and I'll keep rocking with y'all until either the chat die or so my 8% is gone. But oh Donnie, you back? I thought you went back. I thought you went to sleep. I thought you went to the thought you was done. You gonna come up on here tomorrow and debate me? Um, well, I don't know if I agree with that logic. I don't know if I agree with. If I'm gonna use coon or Sambo, I'm gonna use nigga. I'm gonna call you a coon. I call you a nigga because you the same goddamn thing. Both products of white supremacy and white society. Just trying to keep it positive. I agree with you though, man. Look, you don't got no arguments for me, man. We ain't got no arguments for me. But yeah, man, I will be back tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow, to continue cooking. Um, I know me and Ron come up here and we argue a lot, but that's my brother, man. I love him. I knew Ron for over 20 years. We've been having debates back and forth for over 20 years. So, we'll talk in the morning and we'll get our topics. And if I come on tomorrow night, I'll come on to smoke them tomorrow night too. Even though things get hostile between us, I do love the brother. You know what I'm saying? And we'll get on here tomorrow night and we'll expound on some things. I appreciate all of you guys, man. I had fun tonight. I had a lot of fun tonight cooking y'all FBA leader. It's like, nah, I don't want to say stuff like that because I truly am down with the FBA movement. I really am. But I just don't want it to be radicalized and usurped and misconstrued for some, we hate black people bullshit. And that's what, that'd be really why it resonate with some of y'all because, y'all just coons in disguise, refuse to hold massa accountable, but point the finger at everybody else. So when y'all got a platform to be a good coon but still appear like you black, when you get a platform to coon but still appear that you black, we gotta whip y'all black into shape. Gotta whip you black into shape, man. You know what I'm saying? ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery. I'm down with all that, man. I'm down with all of that. Down with all of that. Don't get it twisted. I'm one of you. I am one of you. But like I said, I got to whoop you black into shape and let y'all know this is not the essence of the movement, man. If it is, we're gonna have to switch that. All right. Because if y'all gonna be sitting up here skimming over articles that reprove Belgium from being a part of the Rwandan genocide and France from being a part of the Rwandan genocide and reprove Nigeria, Britain from colonizing Nigeria and exploiting them and abusing them and using them and destroying their land, then what the hell? This ain't what FBA is supposed to be about. Supposed to be up here trying to abuse each other while y'all don't take the fight to massa. Mm-mm. They indigenous said they play both sides of war or arguments or propaganda secretly placed all toward the division they desire. That's right. And they want to keep you divided because they know if you rise up in unity, you're going to take back your land. You're going to take back your resources. Plus, we're coming into a world where psychologically they got to pull a psyop on the world. It's like Israel and Gaza. Before you could just take Gaza's land under the guise of conquest, right? Conquest was a major part of, colonial society, and they would tell you, look, we conquering you and that's it. This is all about conquest. But now you can't really use those terms. So you got to kind of foster division and create fake false flag events, and then use that to go in there and kill off 80,000, 100,000 people and starve them and flatten Gaza like it's a damn demolition zone. And then you see Trump come up there today talking about the United States going to take control of Gaza and we're going to turn it into a beachfront paradise on the top, on the top, on top of a bunch of dead Palestinians, might I add. We just going we gonna turn it into it'll be great. We put some resorts over there, and the third. Oh, so that's what you want to do, Israel. And you're gonna use the US to do it. You're gonna have your greater Israel, which is the city, but then you're gonna use Gaza to bring the tourists in. Yeah, bring all the tourists in Gaza, and they got nice beachfront properties. Woo! Trump has lost his goddamn mind. I was down with Trump with certain things. Like I agree with him with not for the reasons he got rid of DEI, but I'm glad he did. I agree with him with the whole LGBTQ shit. That shit is bullshit. It's two genders. We're not going to be teaching that shit in our schools, teaching that shit to our children, letting women compete in male sports. males compete in female sports. We're not gonna be doing none of that. I'm all down with Trump. I'm down with Trump with immigration, you know, sending all these immigrants to the black community, taking black jobs from us. Like, I'm down with all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? But then he gets to Gaza and he's justifying Israel's genocide in Gaza. He got to stop. He got to stop that bullshit. Now we talking about we about to take over Gaza and create beachfront properties. Nah, 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 nah. We're not doing that, you know? But the reality of the matter is they have to use these false flag events to create their to fulfill their agenda, I should say, which is to basically take the land of the Palestinians. It's still old school 1709 conquests. That's all they're doing. They're using conquest. That's it. You know what I'm saying? He going. Yeah, don't make me break out that whip again, Donnie. But yeah, they're using good old fashioned conquest to take the land away from the Palestinians, so they can't do it the same way that they used to. They got to create these false flag events to get what they want. And that's exactly what happened in Nigeria and Rwanda and all these other countries. They create these civil wars and they create these conditions. But the reality is, you just want same old colonial conquest and to take people's land and to use them and to exploit them and all this other stuff. So, it's the same shit. It's the same shit. Ain't nothing changed since lunchtime. But now we live in a supposedly post-colonial world where, you can't just say I'm taking your land because I got better weapons. You got to try to play like you are some sort of moral authority or moral high ground. And that's the problem. See, that's the problem, Donnie. You don't give a damn about Palestinians. You have no empathy. 100,000 of them were killed at the behest of the country you live in. So you don't care about the Palestinians, but let's not forget that these wars are causing global fights with America, and you're supposed to be a proud American. You got Iran and China and Russia and North Korea all linking up, all condemning these actions, okay? Creating global alliances. Then you say you don't care about the Palestinians, but brother, they're using your reparation money to send to Israel. You nut. You better start caring because they give Israel $5 billion a year. They gave them the Iron Dome. They give them guns. They give them weapons. They give them missiles. They give them rockets. They give Ukraine guns and missiles and rockets and foreign aid. But they ain't giving you no aid. You don't care about the Palestinians, but the reality of the matter is they taking your damn reparation money they supposed to be spending on you and sending it to Israel to murder hundreds of thousands of people in the name of the United States, which you are supposed to be a part of, Mr. Proud American. So stop with this. You don't care about the Palestinians. You should be sympathetic to all loss of life. There should be no loss of life that you're not sympathetic to. All loss of life, we should have sympathy and empathy for. They got babies dying over there, all under the rubble. Just getting murdered, starving. And you sitting here in your damn apartment or house or wherever you live in with a fridge full of food, talking about something. I don't care about them goddamn Palestinians. Don't nobody care about them. Brother, have sympathy and empathy for all life, brother. All life. You know what I'm saying? All life. And like I said, they sending your reparation and your tax money over there. They ain't asked me if I wanted to fund a genocide. They ain't asked me if I wanted to send my money to Ukraine. They ain't asked me if I wanted to fund the abortion genocide that we dealing with here in America. They ain't asked me, but yet they take our money and they use it in their own way. So you need to start caring about foreign affairs and foreign policies. Yeah, we do, Valerie. We got FBA children fighting and dying right here in America. You 100% correct. You 100% correct. But that don't mean that you. First of all, we are supposed to be um placed in the forefront of leadership based upon our unique experiences that we've had here. We're still supposed to have some sort of moral compass, some sort of moral authority, moral compass, right? So at the end of the day, just because they don't care about you don't mean you shouldn't care about them. And if even they don't, we haven't talked to them. We don't know if they pray for us. You don't know them. The reality of the matter is, just because somebody might not care about you, don't mean you shouldn't care about them. It's one thing, you know, if they're responsible directly for, for example, if somebody killed, one of your family members, okay, that's one thing. But if your family member died and people don't care, or people just don't give a shit, or a certain person didn't pray for you, don't mean that if you see he lost a son, you shouldn't have empathy. You shouldn't care. You shouldn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, your reward is with your Lord. It's not with them. Your reward is with your own karma. So you should still feel that you want to have sympathy and empathy for people as long as they're not directly harming you, even if they don't have empathy and sympathy for you, because you have a moral code and a moral compass that exists what's inside you, regardless of how they feel. You have to have your own. You have to have your own moral code. I agree with you. I always said FBA should help FBA, but the reality of the matter is FBA helping FBA doesn't mean we can sit on a public forum and say I don't give a fuck about 100,000 Palestinians dying. That's evil. That's callous, and it's not on moral. It has no place in morality, or sympathy or empathy. Okay, so you just because it's FBA should help FBA don't mean we should not care about 100,000 people losing their life. Oh, we should. Nobody said put nobody before blacks. You made that up. You added that in there. I said have sympathy and empathy and some sort of moral code and understanding for that extreme loss of life. You shouldn't be talking about I don't give a fuck about the Palestinians and they just lost 100,000 of them in a genocide. That's evil. That's wicked. That's wrong, and it's incorrect. That's the point I'm making. We can have the Bible conversation tomorrow. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate all of y'all tonight. I had a lot of fun. I should be back on tomorrow. If for some reason I can't get on tomorrow, then I may not be able to get on until Monday or so. Because I do have a very busy weekend, but I will try to get on tomorrow. Um, no doubt. I'm on my phone is on 1%, and I'm gonna let it die this time and put it on the charger. I appreciate all of the questions. I appreciate you guys rocking out until late. Um, it definitely meant a lot. Shout out to my FBA and my ADOS family. Don't be selfish. Don't use FBA and ADOS as a catalyst to destroy alliances with your people. Don't don't use it as a catalyst to say you don't care about 100,000 Palestinian lives, indigenous. I'll get your number from Ron. We could definitely chop it up, no doubt. Don't use um, you know, FBA and ADOS as an excuse to turn evil yourselves and to turn right into them same Jamaicans and Nigerians and Haitians that you say talk about us. Don't use it as a catalyst to talk about them. Be the bigger person, be the higher moral authority, be the leadership, and be vigilant in your approach to having some sort of moral character and taking a moral high ground. That's what you should be. And we know how you FBAs feel. I'm an FBA too. And I've said it on many occasions, like charity begins at home and then spreads abroad. You can't even properly help others until you help yourself. But that does not mean that if you see somebody in the street, you don't offer them a hand. That doesn't mean that. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, that's good. Don't have no help us get ours and we will fight your tethers. Easy work. I agree. I think it's something that we can all unite from, and join these forums, If they got a global reparations conference, instead of just saying, oh man, we the only ones who deserve it. They ain't did shit to Nigeria. They ain't did shit to us. We the only ones who get. No, join them. Join them and expound upon it and let them know, listen, we're owed this from America. You're owed that from them. You earned this from them. Let's fight together to get what we deserve. You know, you'll be surprised if you didn't take such a callous, objectionable approach towards people. You may find more allies than you think. You may find more people to fight for us as we fight for them. We might be able to find more people with like minds than you think. You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, it's important. It's important. You know what I'm saying? It's very important. Like I said, we can fight for each other primarily and first and initially, but we should never close the door. We should always be able to find value in unity and alliances. And when you unite and you ally yourself, people, you deal a stronger blow than just doing it on your own, you know? So that's how I feel about that. That's how I feel about that. That's how I feel about that. All right. They all want our help now. We can't even help ourselves. We ain't getting no bread yet. Instead of taking such this haughty tawdy nose in the air against other people, like, and I'm sure as many people want our help, you know, we can call out on them for their help as well, like, but we don't want their help. We don't want to do nothing. We don't want that with them. We want to delineate. We want to do it all ourselves. Okay, well, let's do it ourselves then. But I think there's value in unity. All right. Put the tethers to work in their country, pushing our narrative. I mean, we could do that, but remember, like I said the other day, the seat of power lie here. The resources lie here. So why not fight from a position of power? You know what I'm saying? Like, why? To me, it makes no sense. To me, I think it's better that we unite somewhere where you know, where the seat of power is. Blacks have no friends. Mm, I wouldn't agree with that. I wouldn't agree with that. All right, family. I'm tired. I gotta go. It's 2:10 in the morning. My phone's getting ready to die anyway. I appreciate y'all for having me tonight. And we can continue this conversation tomorrow. And like I said, it's important for us to fight for each other first and primarily, for us to come together, for us to build ourselves, you know. And but it's also important for us to leave the door open to build alliances throughout the world because there can be some value in unity and us uniting together. There can be value in that. Value for that. All right, family. Good night. I appreciate the love, appreciate the support, but I'm off this. I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Damn, I've been on here for 4 hours. Good night, my family. Tomorrow, when I get on, I will start with this particular argument that you guys have now. Um, and I think it's like I said, important for us to understand that I do agree that primarily and first our job is to fight here, but as the leaders of the world, as those who are pushing forward, as the those who are in a unique position based upon what we've been through to place us at the forefront, we can't leave no man left behind. A true leader understands that his followers aren't on his level. A true leader understands that the people who are going to follow him may not have the intellectual wherewithal or the moral compass that he has, but it does not give us the right to abandon our intellectual wherewithal, our moral compass, or our duty to lead. So FBA first, but we got to keep the door open for our people. All right, love you guys. Good night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace to the gods. Peace.